Happy Saturday, everybody. Captain Coder here. Once again. Once again here. Good morning from me to you. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's such a beautiful day to be here, to be able to code, to wake up and code. Tawny says, Fertz. Got here, Fertz. Hello, hello, MMO Pug. So nice to see you, my friend. And Art, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here today. What are we working on? What do we have so far, and what are we working on? So we are working on learning how to do. I've had some ideas about it before. Did I say happy Friday? I meant happy Saturday. Oh no, more fuel for the fire of people telling me I can't get my days straight. I think I said happy Saturday. Unity Coder's just giving me a hard time. happy Saturday, Unity Coder. So glad to have you here. So we are working on the Dungeoneering Kit. I'm calling it the Dungeoneering Kit. I don't know what better way to call it. But Tawny, so nice to see you. How is everybody today? Is it as beautiful where you are in the world as it is where I am? It is beautiful here this morning. Oh, I love it. I love it here in the desert. Gorgeous, gorgeous. But we are playing around with procedurally generated dungeoning. We want to be able to, what I want to do, I want to be able to procedurally generate dungeons. And to do that, to make my life easier, I've come up with this file format for specifying dungeons. Let's take a look real quick here. I was gonna open something up in a web browser. I don't remember now. I'm sure I'll remember soon. All right, but what do we have so far? Well, let me show you. So we have this grid editor. We've added our own custom editor to Unity. We have to specify a grid cell database. We gotta make this a little bit easier to do. Right now, this is a real pain to put it in there every time. I'd like that to be less painful, but it's quite painful currently, because every single time I reload my program, I have to specify this grid cell database. So I'd like to somehow make it find these by default. Not 100% sure how to do that yet, but check this out. We got our dungeon specified here. If we click add to scene, it generates whatever shape we happen to have over here. You'll notice the walls are just pillars so far. So what I want to try and do today is write an algorithm that will connect these walls together depending on where they sit on the map. So for example, these two should be connected because they're adjacent this way. Similar with these three, need to make a sort of what in my brain I'm calling a T piece. Needs to make a T piece. So it needs to make an L piece. These ones need to make a line piece, that sort of thing. Art says, I like the pillars you had there. Will they be part of the design to add flair? We could add some pillars in. That might be some nice thing to add into structure. Give the room some structural integrity, right? Right now, these are actually supposed to be walls. I know they don't look like walls, but the idea is to expand them out. So for example, these ones really should, is this the Z-axis? Nope. These should really be expanded out like this. These, these should be expanded out like, oops, not like that, to sort of intersect with each other. So yeah, these are actually supposed to be full walls. Maybe I could just expand them out that way and not worry about how they're connected, actually. That's an interesting thought. I hadn't considered just expanding them out. I was thinking I was going to do something fancy, in which, well, yeah, so like this corner here doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? This corner doesn't make a lot of sense like that. So there are some things we have to do to get them to work together nicely. But yeah, so there's also going to be some weird clipping stuff like that. So it depends how thick, how their width needs to be sort of based off of what their neighboring walls are. And so I have some ideas on how I'm going to do this. Right? I have some ideas on how I'm going to do this. Well, it would be odd if you're coming at a wall from this side, right? So let's say we have a wall here like this. You're going to notice this chunk missing here, right? So if I'm coming around the corner like this, I will absolutely see that there. And then there's some weird clipping happening where they overlap up here. So I want to do that, make it a little bit nicer. So what are my goals today? What are my goals today? What are we gonna do today to make some progress here? Well, I'm gonna write an encoding for each wall combination. So how these walls can sort of match up. I'm gonna do some bit masking, I believe. Oh, Tawny, thank you for popping in, my friend. Have yourself a beautiful day. Good luck on your chemistry exam. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. I know it could be tough. You'll have to let us know how things go. So I want to write an encoding for each of our wall combinations. So I think this would be a good opportunity to talk about bit masking. So I think bit masking might be the best way to go about it here. And then we're going to define tiles. So there's going to be the prefabs for each of our wall combinations. And then in our builder, we need to detect and select the correct wall combo. So that's sort of my plan today. I want to get those three things done. So first we need to sort of say, okay, well, what are the possible ways that these walls can interact with each other? Could be aligned. What are the possible ways that they could be there? So this one would be 5 like this. So you have these T pieces, you have just adjacents, you have some corners, and then the one that I don't think is in this example would be like this. If I had a wall that was like this, so you have a plus piece, one that goes in every direction. Unity Core says, but our goblin miners so accurate, really? 2 perfect edges. Goblins might not be, but I am. Real C-Dub Gaming says, help! Oh, I think you meant to say hello. Hello, Royal C-Dub Gaming. Welcome back. Welcome back to the crew. Welcome aboard here. So happy to have you. Oh, and then there's also, I didn't think about this shape too. This is 2 corners connecting. So we have a full set. Ooh, there's actually a couple more than I thought. All right, so not that these ones are, this one will be common. So there's this corner, a corner like this is what I should say. This is at 5. So where the walls intersect in this way. So you have a this would be called like a dead end. And then there's another one that's missing here, which would be this one, where you have a fully boxed in room. So all those walls need to connect that way. So those, I think, are the different combinations we have. So I'm going to draw those out real quick just so I have them and come up with a name for them. So I'm going to bring up my document camera. Oh, that's not what I want. Wrong button. Here we go. So I got my document camera here. So we're going to look at our different wall combinations. What are our different wall combinations? RPG, dungeon. Oh, dungeon wall combos. All right, so we want to think through all the different wall combinations we could have. All right, so we have the lone wall. All right, so we got a lone wall. I think we don't have to define both horizontal and vertical, because I think we can just apply a rotation to make that work. But what we might discover that that's not the case. So we have a lone wall. We have a corner. We have a T piece. T. All right, so this is where you have an intersection of like that. We have the plus. We have the dead end. And we have the box. the box. Am I missing anything else? I'm trying to decide, can I make all possible combinations of maps using some rotation of these, right? I think that this is all we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different combinations. So these are the 6 different outcomes that we could have. We might discover that there's some more. But I need to have the ability to detect these and draw them out. So I think I need the prefabs for these. All right. And then it's sort of, how do I detect which of these happens to fall into each category? This is where I'm at with our walls, our wall structures here. Does anyone see one that I'm missing? I think this is all of them. I don't know that I could build out. So for example, can I construct a maze? Can I construct a map that is missing some of these, or that has something that isn't listed here? So we could have this. And then we'll put a box here. I think this covers everything. I really can't think with an HB 2Ts. So MMO Pug says that we could potentially have this shape, right? So I believe this would be 2 dead ends, right? So it'd be 2 dead ends would be the way to do it, because this middle one, okay, so I also have, so here's another option. I could actually make our walls dynamic, and the mesh be dynamically created to match the shape of our walls. That's something we could do. But yeah, in this one, I think would be 2 dead ends, where this middle wall, it would be identical on either end, right? I think there would be some overlap, though. That's an interesting thought. We might actually need that H. ITC Studios! So nice to see you. So maybe we need an H piece as well, so that we don't have the overlapping. MMO Pug, really, really good eye there on that, because I'm not sure we actually have an H piece here. Yeah, really, really good. Thank you for that catch. ITC Studios is here. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. So nice to see you. How has your break been? You've been on a break, I believe. Is that correct? Let's see if I get my camera to find me. There it is. Yeah, ITC Studios, we are in the process of trying to make a dungeon generator here. Let me show you what we got. Right now, we have the ability to, so I want to be able to define my maps this way. And if I click add to scene, it sort of will render this out here. Right now our walls just show up sort of as like these spikes here, representing that there should be a wall here, but the spacing on them, they're not expanded properly. And so what I'm thinking, so there's some different options I could take. And I'm trying to consider, how should these all connect together? Based on when there are neighbors near them, right? And so that's sort of what I have to do. But I think, MMO Pug, I think for the H, let's add an H into here, just so we can have it as part of our example. I'm gonna still this. I'm gonna make this our default here. That way we can see all the different possible renderings. All right, so the H, really, on this corner, it's almost like this wall here needs to have the full thickness. Oops, wrong way. This one would have the full thickness. Oops, did that wrong again. And then each one of these would not have the full thickness. Or what if I did, hang on, if I made everything 5.5, or is it 6? Would 6 be the right thickness for everything to just overlap properly? Would this be a good enough hack around? The only downside is the weird clipping, right? And I'm not sure we would see that. Maybe I just make everything 6. See, it's that weird clipping that's going to drive me nuts. Yeah, so the weird clipping is going to drive me nuts. So I'm going to see if I can get it done without just making them be thickened out. Instead, find your neighboring walls and you expand based on the size of your neighboring walls. But I do think that I think that we do need an H piece MMO pug. So good eye. Otherwise, they'd be overlapping. Shiny Games says, howdy, beautiful humans beings. Shiny Games, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome back. So nice to see you. How are you on this beautiful Saturday? And ITC Studios, I don't know if I asked how you have been on this beautiful Saturday. But you did say I was on break and just got back last night. Art says, I have been good. Thank you, ITC Studios. School is really ramping up, but also making some good progress towards the alpha release. Yes, Art, I'm so excited for your alpha release. I cannot wait. Did you guys know, real quick, did everybody know that today's stream is brought to you by the letter A? A is for Art. You gotta go check them out. ITC Studios, thank you so much for using that command for us. Art is a game developer who's creating the Warlock's Gauntlet, a sword and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash. It's an incredible game. He's building his own engine in C++. If you're not following Art, come on back to that chat. Hit that little heart button. Give Art some love because Art is amazing. My favorite stream. My absolute favorite stream. I know I'm playing favorites here, but it's true. It's true. Art is my favorite stream. MMO Pug says, maybe expand them all the way you want, then create a new mesh that combines them all into a single mesh. Then you can apply the mirror to a single mesh and avoid clipping. Yeah, MMO Pug, I was thinking that would be a possibility, is have it build that mesh out that way. I think I'm going to make it even a little simpler. So from the programming side, I think that would be somewhat complex. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to build into my wall, a set of wall meshes that we select from. Art says, are you sure you need all those shapes? As you know, I've been working on something very similar a lot lately. Much of my rebuild process was aimed at reducing the complexity in analysis. Could you not implement a check of surrounding walls to see how far any particular wall is allowed to expand in either direction? So Art, I could do it that way. That's the same, I think, that what MMO Pug is suggesting is like, could you make it so that you actually just build out the mesh for those walls? Build out the mesh for those walls. That's one option. So that would be a heavy, in my mind, that would be a heavy programmatic solution. So that's like a programming solution that I could do. Heavy is a strong word, but there would be more programming involved. And so in my mind, I'm going like, can I leverage Unity to reduce the programming complexity, instead focus on the visual design of it? So I'm gonna go with that approach first, and then decide whether or not that is a good or bad approach, at which point I might go back to building out these meshes. So I think I'm gonna manually build out these meshes for these different shapes, and then I can apply a texture to each one of those. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give it a shot. Good question. But yes, the alternative could potentially be to have each one of these expand out, say 5, and then this inner wall I think might only expand out 4, so that way it becomes a piece in between them, right? So like this, that would prevent the clipping as well. Yeah, so there's several, so that one of the things I love about programming is you actually get a lot of creativity. XD says, hi, how are you? I'm doing fabulous, XD. I'm doing absolute fabulous. How are you this beautiful Saturday? ITC asked, what inspired you to make an RPG dungeon generator? Great question. It's because I want to participate in this game jam in April, and so this is a little prep for myself. So in April, there's the Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023. I've got 1 month, 11 days to train up, prepare myself for it. And so in this you build a grid-based dungeon crawler. You're allowed to use previously implemented code and engines, but you cannot do any story design or game development prior to that, but you can build an engine, right? So I want to participate in this, so I'm really, really excited about it. My spring break happens to be this week, or the week of this game jam, not this week, but the week of this game jam. So I'm gonna have that whole week off to completely, rather than rejuvenating over a break, spend all my time invested in game development. So I'm quite excited about this. So this is one of the reasons I'm doing it. Build a thing that will allow me to generate maps and then edit them once they're generated. That's what I want to do. I'm going to update real quick. Let's go to my, I want to make this my default so it'll have all my different ones in there. EOTB. What is EOTB? Oh, Eye of the Beholder. Eye of the Beholder, yes. Fantastic Dungeons and Dragons game. Eye of the Beholder is really good. I think there's like, is there 2 or 3? I think there's a sequel and maybe even a third, 2 sequels to it. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see here. There are 3, I was right. I think I actually own them and have played all of them. It's a little hard to get back into them. I'm not gonna lie. I tried recently to replay them and it's just, the nostalgia is not quite great enough. Not quite large enough for me to really, really get back. All right, so our grid editor here, I wanna make this my default just for now, since I don't have the load feature in there yet. All right, so we're gonna make that the default, so I don't have to keep doing it. This grid cell database, I should probably try and make a default there as well for some convenience. Wonder if I could do that. How hard would that be to do? I don't know. That's okay though. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. In my prefabs, I'm gonna create a set in my grid. I'm gonna create a subclass or a subfolder called walls. And here, my plan is to create each one of my different wall orientations. And the idea is I can then take it and rotate it into the correct position. All right, so a plain wall. All right, so we're gonna come here straight, or we called it lone. All right, so lone wall. All right, so we got lone wall. Probably should just call it wall, but the lone wall just happens to have a, rather than a Roman wall. Let's put this in here and then we're going to pull out, we're gonna unpack it, unpack completely, and then just still this inner wall here. And this is going to be extended like that. If I rotate this, does it rotate on the center point? I wanna rotate on this. Is this in the center point? Yes. That rotates on the center. So I just wanted to make sure that wherever I put this, I'll be able to rotate it. All right, so this is our lone wall. So our lone wall is like that, and depending on where you slap it, you can rotate it 90, oh, not that 90 degrees, this 90 degrees, to slap it into place properly. All right, so we have a lone wall. And just so everyone, just to refresh everyone on the document camera, I believe, and we could be wrong, we're gonna find out, I believe that these are the different possible shapes that we might run into, or that we can run into in building a dungeon. We have the lone wall, corner, and again, you can rotate a corner, a T, a plus, a dead end. MMO Pug pointed out we needed an H, and you are correct on that, I believe. And then the box where you were completely surrounded like that. So my goal is to make these all nice, leverage Unity to make it so that I can reduce the mental complexity of the math involved in it. Art says, I actually never got far into them. When I first saw it, we had a copy that my friend's father had acquired at work, so no manual. But the visuals of the first level are still powerful. When I was younger, so we had, I think it's part of the gold box. Let me know if I'm wrong, let me know. Gold box might be wrong. But I know I've played through all of Eye of the Beholder 1. I don't think I've done the sequel. But that game was just like so awesome. And then after that, I believe I played Ultima Underworld 1 and 2, which were just, you know, I wasn't around when these first came out, I believe, but it was like the next game I played was Ultima Underworld, and then having that free movement in Ultima Underworld was just, it was hard to switch back to the other game style at that point. And so the nostalgia is just, it's hard to, I don't have quite the nostalgia for it. Let's see, Twardisla. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. Yes, Ultima Underworld absolutely blew my mind when I played it when I was younger. If you're not aware, Toward, and let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I am a computer science teacher. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, first off, welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. Welcome aboard. I am the captain, your captain, Captain Coder, and I'm a computer science teacher. I love taking questions. So if you have a question, do not hesitate to ask. And I also love backseat coding. So feel free to bring in any suggestions you might have. I don't promise that I will use them, but I will at least attempt to entertain them. All right, so now we're gonna do a corner. All right, so we want a corner piece here. All right, so we're gonna open up a corner, and the corner is gonna have, oh, excuse me on that hiccup. The corner. Welcome to Lurk Mode ITC Studios. I think I actually want to extrude it out. But let's get 2 in here just so I can see how they'll interact. All right, if I were to rotate this one on 90, the idea here, do I want the center to be that corner? No, the center should be, this is interesting. This is an interesting thought here. So my lone wall here. ITC, welcome to Lurk Mode. We know you have many places to lurk on Twitch, and Captain Coder's Academy appreciates you choosing to lurk here. Let's see here. Let me put in a floor tile just so I can have that as a reference of how this, because all of the centerings on these things are awkward. Oh, this is a good idea. Okay, so I have an idea here. So my wall is either going to be on my north. So look at that. The walls 0, 0 wants to line up with my tile in a weird way. I think what I want to do is I want to place my wall specifically. All right, so what I think I'm going to do. Dramolks, my friend, happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. How are you today, Dramolks? Nice to have you here. All right, so rather than trying to adjust the position later, I want my tile, let's see, can we snap that? Is it gonna snap? Yes. I want to have this aligned based off of, yeah, so if I were to align it this way, okay. So I have that offset there. All right, so I have an offset here, like this. And I would like the pivot point to be, oh, hang on, I need to shimmy it over one more click, I think. Boop, there we go. Now it's aligned there with that. Okay, so my idea is that depending on the lone wall here, so the question is, should it be on the north, east, south, or west side of the tile? So since it's a lone tile, what is the position of this thing? Right now, if I were to rotate, is that right? If I were to rotate this 90 degrees, yeah, it works out fine. Works out fine. So I would actually be able to place this directly on the tile. We're gonna give this a shot here. I like that. I'm gonna hide that just for now. Dremel says, I'm sluggish, went to bed at 5 a.m. My friend, it's 5:30 a.m. here for me, and I am energized, hyped up. I went to bed like I think like 8:30 p.m. That's about the time I go to bed. I'm one of those weirdos that wakes up at 5 a.m. I actually woke up at 3 a.m. That's just when I wake up. Real C Dub says, I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know what to do right now with coding. All right, well, what do you want to learn? Is there something you want to learn? What do do you want to make a game? Do you want to just grow your coding skills? Whenever I'm not sure what to program, which is rare these days, I like to go to Coding Game. It's a great way to practice coding skills. Making a game, all right. Coding Game is not a good place. This is a good place to like build your algorithmic skills. Build a game. Have you made a platformer before, like 2D platform, 3D platformer? That's always a good place to start. Not start, but it's a good. If you haven't made one before, it's a nice little thing to practice. All right, so we got our lone wall. All right, now we're gonna try a corner. Let me toss in another tile here, our floor tile again. That was super helpful for getting the alignment right. So my floor tile is 0, 0. And now my corner, right? So this is where I'm gonna have a corner. Let me turn off this one real quick. And we're gonna shimmy this into the right position. Boop, boop. Is that right? And then shimmy it back. Like so. Flagellant. Hello, my friend. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. We are absolutely thrilled to have you here. Welcome to the crew. Welcome aboard. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I love entertaining questions, so bring them on. Bring them on is how I feel. All right. But yeah, Real C-Dub, a platformer is a fun little project, right? I think so. I think a platform would be really fun. All right, so then we're gonna line this up here. And really what I want to do, all right, and we'll shimmy this back to the edge and beyond. So it needs to straddle around the the lip there. Okay. And what I want to do is I'm gonna actually take this original wall here and I'm gonna extrude it out to take up the rest of this space. So I'm going to open up my Pro Builder first. And I'm going to take this face here and I'm just gonna shift it back a little bit so that it lines up in such a way that when I extrude it out, I'll end up with that corner piece there. All right. So I'm just using this other wall as a guide. So if I hold shift, so I'm in Pro Builder, I have my face, like if I hold shift, I can pull out this face to extrude it. And now I have this little spot here. And I'm gonna merge these faces together in a moment. But my idea here, all right, so now I can turn this wall off. My idea here is that I can now extrude this out and I have a perfect corner fit. I have a perfect corner fit there. And we can merge faces together. So I'm gonna merge these faces and I'm gonna merge these faces. And then I gotta merge them from the top as well. I'm gonna merge all of these together. So I have this nice, what I'm calling my perfect fit here, and then merge the faces on the bottom as well. All right, so now we have this nice corner tile like that. Yeah, Dramokes, look at the captain now, a Pro Builder Pro. I wouldn't call myself a Pro Builder Pro, but I do absolutely love Pro Builder at this point. I'm having my students, we're starting on Pro Builder with my students on Wednesday next week. So we've introduced the marble game. They have a marble rolling around on their scene that they can control. And so they're gonna build levels next. So I'm gonna introduce them to Pro Builder and show them how to build levels. We've done a little bit of work with textures. So like how to create textures and apply them. They haven't used Pro Builder just yet, but I think it's gonna be an absolute blast for them to just have that power with Pro Builder of just open up. Oh, I can make my I can't think of the word, my levels so easily in Unity. I do want to add to the Marble game a level editor. I really, really want to add a level editor. Is this going all the way to the edge there? It is. Okay. All right. So now if we were to rotate this, I just want to make sure that rotating 90 degrees. Yeah. So now we can, well, I want it to be centered on, it's like on a tile. If I rotate, we'll have to play around with this. Dramulks, yes, this is another part of that. I'm planning on in my Marble game setting up a bunch of prefabs that you should sort of connect a bunch of things together. Oh, you're saying to make a medieval marbles. I have such the Marble game so much. I have so many ideas for the Marble game as far as turning it into an RPG platformer, like a 3D platforming Metroidvania-esque game. I have so many ideas, and one of the worlds is a medieval world. That's my idea here. Towards asks, and let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm so sorry if I am. With ProBuilder, can you merge meshes of all assets or just those built in it? That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure. There may be a way to convert things to, so I've only been using ProBuilder for like 2 weeks, so I'm not super familiar with it. Royal C-Dub says, so I'm party. Maybe someone who knows it better than me can answer that question. So Towards had asked, with ProBuilder, can you merge meshes of all assets or just those built in ProBuilder? Unity Coder says you can convert meshes to ProBuilder, then merge them and bake those meshes again. Thank you, Unity Coder. Thank you for pointing that out. She says, I'm doing a coding battle in Clash of Code. I don't know anything. I wouldn't do Clash of Code to start out. Clash of Code's a little tricky. On Coding Game, if you want to just, again, this is just like a great place to practice. I would go to, all right, I don't think I'm logged in, so it won't let me access it here. But in Coding Game, I would go to the practice puzzles. It's going to make me log in, I bet. Solo puzzles, and I would start with the easy puzzles. The easy puzzles here. I think this is a great place to practice your coding skills, not necessarily your game development skills, but just getting some coding skills in, I think is fantastic. Emma Poke says, I shared a script in Discord that as long as they share the same tag, it merges them all into one and applies the specific material. Oh, MMO Pug, that sounds awesome. MMO Pug, something I have been working on to combine object with the same tag into a single mesh object. Is this an editor? Yeah, it is an editor script. MMO Pug, thank you so much. Anyone who's not on the Discord, we have a nice little community here. If you would like to join the Discord, you can. No pressure. I'm not forcing anyone to join the Discord, but we do have a nice little community here where people are asking questions on their projects they're working on, sharing recommendations like this. MMO Pug, thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. We're gonna test this out. I'm really curious. I'm gonna go into my scripts. You wrote this, MMO Pug? I want to make sure I give you credit. Scripts. This is an editor script. All right, so create folder MMO Pug. Create C# script mesh merger. All right, let's add this in here. Mesh merger. Unity AI navigation. Where do I get this? Where do I get this? AI navigation, MMO Pug. Or does it just have to build? It's not familiar with it yet. Is this is some assembly that I have to import? Nav mesh stuff. Okay, so remove that. Okay. Surface. Are we sure we need that? Are you sure I can remove that? Even with this build part? Gotcha. Let's give it a shot. This looks interesting. This looks super interesting. So let's see here. Sorry, I missed Towards Toward said there is no DZI in English, so you can check out how Translate would say it in Polish. Okay. So if I were this just first, towards... All right, I'm gonna try it. Pronounce... How to pronounce... Is it Twardzik? Is pronouncing this? All right. Let me know. Let me know what to... Maybe you could, yeah. Mr. Natural says lurk mode engaged. Welcome back, Mr. Natural. So happy to have you here. So happy to have you here. And over on YouTube, we got a Kyler. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy Saturday. We are, MMO Pugs sent us this script here that we're going to see if we can get to do something interesting with. And Panera Zario, or Zario. Panera Zario. Panera. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it right, but welcome aboard. We got a lot of new people today. So happy to have you all here. As always, do not hesitate to ask me questions if you have them. Add this to my namespace, MMO Pug. This was provided by MMO Pug, so I want to make sure you can get credit for it. Let's see here. So rather than start though, oh, this thing is combining them when they start together. Oh, this is interesting. This is really interesting. Smab says, "What, Smab? I missed you. Did I say hello when you came in, Smab? Happy Saturday, my friend. Let me show you what we're working on. All right. So, as you know, I love my tools. So this project, one of my main goals is to learn how to use create Unity editors, make Unity editors. Okay, so I've created this drop-down Engineering Kit grid editor, and I have this ASCII file which represents a map of a dungeon, of a room that I'd like to be able to place into my world, into my scene. The long-term goal is to have set like a room builder where I have a bunch of rooms and they procedurally generate and connect together. But right now, this is what I have. I specify a grid cell database. This tells us how to interpret each one of these little symbols, right? So these are walls and the dots are floor tiles. We have walls and floor tiles. That's it right now. And I click add to scene and it generates this shape for us. Right now, our walls are just posts. Right, so the idea is that the walls will expand. Here, real quick, old wall. It looks like we might be able to. Oh, I won't quite be able to do it this way. I'm really curious though. So expanding these out. Right now, if we made them size 6. They overlap, but MMO Pug just provided us with a script that might be able to just merge these together into a single mesh, which sounds really cool. Is there a reason it's called a dungeon editor rather than a world editor? Just because. That's a good question. My motivation is I would like to participate in this game jam, the Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023. I would like to participate in this, and this generates, grid. So my goal is to make grid-based dungeons. Specifically, I don't want to focus. I want to focus on making dungeons, not necessarily like cities or environments, although it could be used for that pretty easily with the correct types of tile sets. So there's no reason why I don't think there's a good reason why it couldn't be applied to a world editor. But the idea is to generate procedurally generated dungeons similar to the style of Rogue and Moria, and I suppose, Diablo, those games. I hope that answered your question, Smab. Yeah, so this is interesting. Smab, I'm getting retro wizardry vibes. Yes, that's what I want to go for. If you're getting retro wizardry vibes, I've done my job. All right, so if I do this is interesting. This is interesting because if MMO Pug might have just made my life even easier here. Because if I just expand these all out to be 6, and then have a script that can detect if they're touching and turn them all into one mesh, that would be super cool. The one downside to this MMO Pug, the one downside is, what do I do if I want to have a different type of wall somewhere in the middle? So say I have this wall here and I want to add like some slime to it. That's a challenge, but I'm really, really curious here. I'm gonna add in a, I would like to make these be able to merge in my editor. Right, but then it won't merge the meshes together, and then there will be that weird overlap that I'm talking about. I think I'd run into the same issue the way I was planning to do it anyway, though. So I have some ideas to get around that in my mind right now. Art says, because of the implied romance, of course. Roy Koo, happy Saturday. Welcome aboard, my friend. So nice to see you. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. All right, so I want to make this be something I could trigger. So I'm gonna change this to be a method called merge mesh. I'm gonna make it public. So I'm gonna make it accessible here. Real quick, I'm curious. Does it combine? It combines them all into one game object as well. Is there an easy way to add a button? Can I do a thing like, you know, UI button here? Okay, all right. I want to try something with this. Let's just attach this to all of these walls, and then we're gonna start it up. So we're gonna tag this line of walls here. MMO Pug, this seems brilliant. This seems brilliant. All right, we might not do any bit masking. All right, we're gonna add a tag. We're gonna call this wall. Okay, let's come back to each one of these. We're gonna add this tag here like so. Wall. And then the idea is I add the mesh merger to all of these. Or do I just add this to one object and it finds all of them? Okay, so I actually don't need to add it to all of them. I create one thing in my world. All right, so I create one thing in my scene, it looks like. So create empty mesh merger. Unicoder can add context menu attribute or button call without custom editor, but forgot how. Yeah, I think we can. I can't remember how either. All right, so I think mesh merger. Did I not? Mesh merger, mesh merger, mesh merger. What am I missing? Mesh merger. Let's come over here. MMO Pug mesh merger. What is it? It'll tell me this. The script is an editor script. Oh, it's telling me that shouldn't matter. All right, we're gonna move this into my regular scripts just for now, so I can add it in there. Grandma says you can create your own attribute to add methods as buttons. Art says Roy Koo here is an old acquaintance of mine via Twitch. He makes loads of smaller game projects like you and often shares progress on my Discord. Also currently working on a dungeon crawler, so I told him to come over. Thank you, Art, for recommending Roy Koo come over. Roy Koo, so nice to have you here this morning for me. It might be this afternoon or evening for you, but it's morning for me. So welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. I just want to see how this works real quick. And then if this is, what did I do there? If this works easily, we will, well, not call that a mush merger. This is a mesh merger. mesh merger. And so I'm assuming tag to merge. If I did a wall. Okay, so there's going to be a little bit of trick to this. And then the material to merge. Wall. What did I call it? Let's go to my materials, walls, castle stone here, mesh merger. Add that in. And then the prefab name, what do I put in prefab name? The name to give the prefab. Prefab name. I'm gonna do that just to try it out. I think this is what we're gonna do here. Okay, so I don't think I need that currently then. Prefab name. I see, it doesn't do anything currently. Doesn't do anything currently. Am I editing the right thing? I think I'm editing the wrong thing. I am. Hang on. Hang on. Let's go back to our scripts. MMOpug, mesh merger. All right. Look at that. Okay. Yes, of course, it's a work in progress, MMOpug. This is cool, though. This is cool. I want to check it out. If it's this simple, it might not be the right word, but I want to see when I run this. All right, so on start, it supposedly merges these things together. Interesting. So did I need to add it to each one? Oh, I changed it to merge. All right, sorry. That's why. Public void start merge mesh. There we go. All right, let's give it a shot. This is exciting. I'm super excited about this here. This would make things much simpler. In my scene. Wow. That is cool. That is really cool. Okay. Yeah. That is super, super cool. Everything's all misaligned with the camera though. That's not your fault or anything. Everything is just off. Okay. This is fabulous. This is fabulous. So it checks if they're overlapping and combines them in one. Oh, MMOpug, I think this might be a really good solution for what we're doing here. The downsides, I'm trying to think. Okay, so there's some downsides here of, not necessarily downsides, but some complexities. If I wanted to make it so that you had like a wall that could get destroyed later, you'd have to do something special with that. Not that you wouldn't have to do something special with that anyway with what I'm doing, right? Because you'd have to go back and like pull out your prefab and put in a new one. This is really cool. I really, really like this. MMOpug, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for your hard work here, my friend. For your hard work. Here's 100 points. Here's 100 points to you. B-Dog Show says, how's it going? It is going fabulously well, B-Dog Show. How are you? How are you today on this beautiful Saturday? Welcome back. Welcome aboard. All right, so I think I'm going to turn this into a... Okay, so I have an idea here. With my, I'm going to... merge mesh. Okay, so I think what I want to do is I want to create a static method with this called merge. I'm gonna MMOpug, with your permission, I'm gonna steal some of this code because this is super cool. B-Dog says, I'm pretty good. Got a job as a social media manager for a Twitch streamer, which is fun. That sounds awesome. Congratulations on that role. Very, very cool. We're gonna steal this, and I definitely want to give MMO Pug as much credit as is deserved here, which is all of it. All right. I'm going to put a public, I'm going to make this a public static merge meshes. And it is going to take in a list of game objects. To merge. All right, so my goal, my idea here is I'm going to get all of my walls and I'm just going to pass them all in here. And it's going to check, it'll try to merge them all together. All right, so I'm going to try and refactor your code to match what I want to do here. As far as looping through all of my game objects and merging them together in that way. Okay. So let's look at this here. So I no longer need to find all of my instances to do it. One thing that these walls might not all be connected. So there's a question here of how it works. Combine all meshes of all objects into a merged mesh. But we're gonna give it a shot here. So this becomes our objects to merge here. All right, so this, I don't need this. I don't need this outside loop. This becomes, let me change this to objects to merge. And this will become count, tag to merge. So we're not merging the tag anymore. We're just gonna, let's just call this walls or merged mesh merged like so. We need to have a material that we're gonna combine on. So that's an interesting one. Merged material. Where was merged material coming from? Okay, so the material to apply to the merged mesh. Okay. So in this case, we're gonna take in a material. We're gonna just find that magically. So when we call this thing, we'll need to know what it is. And we remove the original game objects. So this would just loop through. It just would be a for game object go in objects to merge, and we're gonna destroy go. And this should be a for each. I'm a server admin. I patch and STIG servers for a living. I tinker in Unity for fun. Gotcha. Yeah. This is great. Unity engine, not destroy. Oh, it should be game object dot destroy. That's interesting. It says that I have to do that much. Why username? Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday. So happy to have you here. I'm getting a lot of new people today. This is exciting. I hope you're real. I hope you're real and we're not getting like those 5-minute bot ads, cause that's always can be a little bit annoying. But happy Saturday, my friend. I hope you're real. I'm gonna assume your real name. But why username? Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain any questions you might have. Okay, so the idea now is I'm going to, when I build my walls, I can keep a list. Each wall I create, I'm gonna add them to a list here. List of game object all walls. And each time I make one, I'm gonna add it to this list. And I could probably optimize this a little bit as we go to just add the meshes like this. One thing that's interesting is these walls, I need to figure out if they should be what direction of thickness they need to be. And we can do that based on which column we're in. And this isn't gonna work for our, oh, this will work for our corners. That's interesting. MMO Pug says DISA STIG's Security Technical Implementation Guides for the Department of Defense. Is that DoD, Department of Defense? Fascinating. That sounds like a really challenging job. I hope it's fun. I hope you enjoy it. That sounds really cool, actually. All walls dot add obj. Right. So, Dremolx asks, can you play with the missiles and drones while you're at it? Can you play with the missiles while you're at it? That's hilarious. Hilarious. All right. Let's see here. Add those in. Okay, so I'm gonna go through, and at the very end here, these need to get. All right. So at the very end, I want this to return the game object that's getting created. So at the very end, we're going to return merged object. Okay. And that will get added to our container. So here we're going to merge meshes, and we're going to merge in our all walls. And the material, null's not the right one. We got to get our material from somewhere. So that material needs to come off of our wall database. All right, so our grid cell database. We're going to go to our grid cell database and add in a material to it. All right, so this is going to have a wall. It's interesting because what we'll probably end up doing is setting each one of these walls, have different wall types, and those will have like a mesh inside of them. But for now, just to see if I can get this working, serialized field, private material wall. Let's actually make this a public. It's going to be field public material wall material get private. That like that. So we'll be able to get the wall material from our grid cell database. Let me go set that real quick before I forget. Dramokes, guys, I accidentally launched a missile in Unity. Gotcha. That's funny. I imagine the Department of Defense wouldn't find it very funny though. Let's take a look here. In our prefab, although maybe they have a good sense of humor. We're gonna add in our wall material. This is gonna be our castle stone. Royal CW Gaming says, how do I add an icon next to my name? So I think you have to have an icon available to add to your name. If you have an icon available, it'll automatically add it. For example, you will now have the VIP icon next to your name. My channel doesn't have a whole lot of icons because I'm not an affiliate. I'm not affiliated, so you can't get like channel specific icons here. If you're Prime, this Prime Gaming just means that you have like Amazon, not necessarily Amazon Prime, but that you're Amazon Prime member, and then the moderator and verified are two other ones. I think those are the only ones you can get in my channel because I don't have an affiliate, so you can't get like bits and that stuff. Exactly. And once you have a couple different ones, you can turn them on and off. All right, so we got our wall material there. Okay, so in our grid builder, our merge mesh is going to come from our database dot wall material. Okay, so we're gonna merge those together. Let's give this a shot. The size of these is not gonna be correct just yet, but let's see what this looks like. Real CW Games, how do I add them though? I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to show you on my channel. When I've done it on other people's channel, there's like an option in the stream, in like the chat somewhere. I don't forget, I can't remember exactly how to do it. Maybe someone else knows. I apologize for not knowing. All right, game object merged. And then we're gonna add this to our merged dot transform dot parent is gonna be equal to our container. Let's see how that looks. This is exciting. MMO Pug, I'm excited. I hope everyone's else excited. Can you feel the excitement bubbling in the room? I can. I can feel it bubbling. I go to our grid builder, specify our grid cell database, add to scene. No mesh filter attached. No mesh filter attached. Oh, because it's the inner. Okay, so the walls are actually on the inside of this thing. Okay, so we need to get the inner wall to do the merge. Okay, so it's actually the inner wall, so it's not just the instantiation. So what I could do though is add component. All right, so right here, Lo-Fi Craft, happy Saturday. Welcome back to the crew. We missed you. Welcome back, Lo-Fi Craft. It's so nice to see you. How are you today? How are you? Missing component. There is no mesh filter attached. I'm doing fabulous. Thank you for asking. All right, so get component in children. All right, so it's gonna go find it in the child. Let's give that a shot. All right. All right, we are doing our best. Null reference. Now I got, null reference. I didn't set my database. That's right. Every time we do that. Fabic IPU, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. If you're not aware, this is Captain Coder's Academy. This is where you come to learn and grow and develop your skills. We're so happy to have you here. If you have any questions for me, do not hesitate to ask. The captain loves to be boozled. That's me, I'm the captain. But just don't try to bamboozle me. Bring some questions in, I'll do my best to answer them. Anything, you can ask me anything, but typically the computer science programming related questions are best. Destroy may not be called from edit mode. Use destroy immediate instead. Okay, so we want to do destroy immediate instead. All right, we're getting close, my friends. We're getting so close. Though the best part is because this is interesting. We're getting close. We're getting close. Lo-Fi Craft asks, why did the hacker cross the road? Unicoder says, for monoscripts can set the default values if selected. Does it work for editor scripts? It resets every time I rebuild. And so I'm sure I can set the default in my editor here. I'm sure I can set it here. I just have to figure out how to find it within the code and then like serialize it. So the question is, can I serialize that as part of the editor window? That's an interesting idea. Let me try it. Can I add a serialize? Yeah, so I think I need to find a way to serialize it here so it like remembers somewhere. And I'm not entirely sure how to do it just yet. I'm sure I can do it, Unity Coder. It's just not as simple as, it's like I need to somehow save it. And each time I recompile, I lose it, is what's happening. Okay. Grid cell database, add to scene. Walls. Look at that. Look at that. All right, we have a little bit of a thing though. Instantiating mesh due to calling mesh during render mode This will like, please use mesh.sharedMesh instead. So this should be shared mesh. Unity Critic says can also save values to editor prefs. I've never used that. Yeah, but Lo-Fi Craft, that's a good joke. Why did the hacker cross the road? Because he switched the network. All right. Anyone else got some good jokes? That's a good joke. Lo-Fi Craft, for bringing such joy to my life in this moment. 50 points for you. Excellent joke. Excellent joke. Keep them coming. If you got some more, I'd love to hear them. Unity Coder said can also edit prefs. Ooh, this is a good idea. I like this idea. Let's see if I can get that to work here. I like this. I like this. So we're gonna do the following. I'm gonna create a field here for our grid cell database. We got someone over on YouTube. Sorry, I cannot pronounce your name. I hope that name is appropriate for my stream. But happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. You're doing well. I'm glad to hear it. Or either are you asking, are you good? I don't know. I'm doing well. My health is good. I'm enjoying myself. But am I good at Unity? Not yet. But we're building those skills. Royal CW said, what was the final battle of the Pig Revolution? All right, I don't know the answer to this, but let's also say that my stream is PG. So that joke, let's keep them all PG if we can. MMO Pug says, what happens when you delete a mesh? Lo-Fi Craft asks, why did the programmer quit his job? MMO Pug says, it's Polygon. That's a good one, MMO Pug. MMO Pug, that's a good one. Yeah, here we go. All right. Lo-Fi Craft said, why did the programmer quit his job? Because he didn't get a raise. Why did the programmer quit his job? Oh, because he didn't get a raise. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yes, Royal CW Gaming, as long as it's appropriate. Please answer. Please answer. I'm sorry if I stopped you there. Restream. Oh, sorry. So over on YouTube, I'm so sorry, your name, I cannot pronounce it, but you're asking, can you give me ideas for a new 2D game? How about a platformer? I was saying, what was the final battle of the Pig Revolution? Porktown. All right. Well, I don't quite get that joke. Maybe I'm missing something there. Maybe what was the final battle of the Pig Revolution? Where was the final battle? Porktown. Is that because the pigs won? Perilla leaves and Citron roughly the name of the YouTube person. Oh, Pariah leaves. Perilia? Sorry, I'm terrible at life. I'm not so good at this existence thing. It's hard. Existence is hard for me, everybody. All right, so I was going to do a thing here, though. So we had public. We're going to see if we can add in an editor prefs here. All right, public grid cell database default database. It's going to be a property that has a get and a set. So we need a backing grid cell database, default database. Oh, Royal CW, the final battle of the Revolutionary War was in Yorktown, and the final battle in the Pig Revolution was Porktown. I missed that. I didn't quite get it. My ability to process history is not the best. Yeah, I missed the history part there. Look, I'm not a historiologist. I'm not a historiologist here. I'm a computer scientologist, right? I'm a computerologist, not even a computerologist. I'm more of a programologist. I'm a programologist, not a historiologist. So I apologize for not getting your joke, but thank you so much for saying it, and thank you for the explanation. Thank you for the explanation, RLCW Gaming. That's pretty good. Yeah, Dramox, I decided to change that a little bit. If default database is null, well, we can be null. We can actually be null. This is going to be to return default database. Okay. But when we set this, oh, actually, when we go to get it, here's what we're going to do. If it is null, if default database is null, editor prefs dot get. Okay, so I was hoping we could do this. I can't get an object. I can't save an object in the editor prefs. I want to be able to get the whole thing. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave this out for now. I'm gonna leave it out for now. We'll get there. We'll figure it out at some point. But this is cool that the meshes merge this way. So now I just need to extend them out in the proper direction and see how that looks. I'm curious if the overlapping issue goes away. I don't quite understand in my grid builder here. There's just a combined meshes. This is fascinating. Okay, I'm gonna give this a shot here. Yeah, I always like that one too. You know, the programmer had the instructions to buy butter, see if they have eggs. If they do, buy 10. So the programmer bought 10 sticks of butter. Followed the instructions explicitly. No room for interpretation. Yeah. Well, they follow instructions top down, top to bottom. Okay, so I want to expand these out. So I know if I'm in a row or if I'm in a column. So really I have a bool here is row, is row, and column. I need to be able to get in and modify the internals. Let's look at my wall real quick. Rosita, what is the difference between a piano and a fish? You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. That's a good one, RLCW. That's a classic. That's a classic joke. Roman wall here. All right, so internally, how did you know? How did you know? I've seen that episode of Dragon Ball Z. No, that's a good one. There's an episode of Dragon Ball Z with that joke. Why are fish so bad at basketball? I don't know. Why are fish so bad at basketball? Code Red Games! Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, Code Red. Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. We have a very important guest here in our stream today. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have Code Red Games. Code Red Games is making an awesome, a horrifyingly beautiful 2D Souls-like game, Roguelite. You gotta wishlist it. You gotta follow him. Real quick, everybody, if you're not following Code Red Games, you're a fool. You're making a mistake. Come on to the chat. Hit that little heart. Give Code Red Games some love. You know you love him. You know you love him. Code Red, would it be okay if I played a little bit of Roguelite on the stream? I'd love to show it off, but only with your permission. I don't want to show it off if you're not. All right, I'm terrible at it too, though. But I'm gonna finish this. But if you guys hang tight, we're gonna check out some Roguelite once I'm done with this wall here. Yeah, once I'm done with this wall, I want to extend it out. No, I'd love to show it off because it's a beautiful game. It's so fun. I love it. It's a side-scrolling game. Let's see here. I almost got this working. All right, everyone, feel free to keep chatting in the chat. I'm gonna focus just for a moment, so I can finish this, and then we're gonna take a little break here to play some Roguelite. Okay. Here we go. So internally, I need to go find this Pro Builder shape and update the size. All right, so I want to go into the Pro Builder shape and update the size. Yes. All right. So M size. Okay. So internally, I need to go update the size. That's not what I want to do. All right. So when I add this thing, we're looking for a Pro Builder shape. We're gonna need to import this. We're gonna need this namespace in our grid builder. Using that. Not exist. All right, we gotta add this to our here. Pro Builder. All right, let's add that to our assembly so we have access to it. Rebuild. Irish John Games is also here. Welcome aboard, Irish John Games. Did you know? Do you know the Muffin Man? I mean, the Irish Man. Irish John Games. Everyone, real quick, in the chat, let's see if we can give Irish John a shout out as well. Irish John, you gotta hit that little heart. If you're not following Irish John, you gotta do it. Irish John is the creator of Rise of Piracy. It's a single and multiplayer action, exploration, real-time strategy game. His stream is incredibly fun to watch. You gotta go follow him. And you gotta wish list it. Here we go. Real quick, you gotta wish list it. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I told you guys I wasn't gonna read the chat, but we have a very special guest here. Go click that add to wish list. Do it. Don't break his heart. Dramulks, don't break his heart. You gotta give him some love. Love him. Love John. Do you love him? Love him harder. Love Irish John so much. Beautiful stuff. And Irish John just got. Is it okay if I tell people what your announcement from yesterday's stream, Irish John? Or you can say. Why don't you tell everyone? So Irish John just got signed with a publisher. Like, you know, and not just like, you know, gave in to a publisher. Got an awesome publisher. And now for Pros Metro, I can't remember the name. What? Oh, like it's the best. It's like Pros, Micro Pros. I don't know why I can do it. Micro Pros just signed with Micro Pros. Everybody, awesome, amazing. This is like the Sid Meier's, Worms, all those good games. Amazing. So you got to go follow Irish John Games because his game's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be the best game ever, Irish John. Isn't that right? Best game ever, 11 out of 10, 17 out of 10. Not just 11 out of 10, 17 out of 10. All right, everybody, I gotta focus. No, I appreciate you, John. I appreciate you, Irish John. Zaid Merman, thank you so much for the follow. There's so much happening. Zaid Merman, thank you so much for being here. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Royal CW Gaming, can you give yourself a shout out? No, but I can give you a shout out. Royal CW Gaming. There we go. We just give a shout out to Royal CW Gaming. Streams. Why don't you tell us what you stream, Royal CW Gaming? I've caught you streaming the flight simulator. But are you what we call a variety streamer? You stream a handful of different things, right? All right, so inside of our walls here, we're building the walls. We got to go find, real quick, to be able to do this, obj.get component in children. We got to go find in our child. We want to find the pro builder shape, right? So we're going to find the pro builder shape like this. And it's going to be our pro. This is getting a little hacky, so we're going to clean this up when we get back from a big shape. Can I not get this thing? Where does this thing come from? Using implicit type. Can I not add? It's a sealed, it's not public. It's not public. I can't get to it. It can't get to it. No. All right. So in that case, all right. Wonder if I scaled these. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. We're going for an hour and a half here. We're getting close here to getting this working. I'm gonna take a quick. We're gonna take a quick gaming break. I'm gonna show off Rogue Blight here. All right, for everybody. Let me get Rogue Blight open. I'm gonna see if I can do a quick run in it. Where's my Steam? We're gonna take a quick break from our coding. We're gonna take a quick break here. The chat's going crazy. I'm so sorry I can't keep up. I can't. Irish John, your stream yesterday was amazing to behold. I'm very happy for it. Art, yes, absolutely. Me too, Irish John Games. Your stream was so much fun. And coding later, maybe too. Someone tell this dude that it's not done like that. I missed it. Maybe me making art for my upcoming game. Pro Builder has some API stuff. Oh, your first stream, either or coding. I've seen RLCW stream before. Unicoder scaling would break UV texture. Yeah, that's why I wasn't gonna scale it. I'm gonna have to do a little bit. Captain multitasking true equals slow mode. Yeah, here we go though. We're gonna do some Rogue Blight. All right, everybody on the screen. Let's see if this works. Here we go. This is Code Rad's game. We're gonna check it out. You're gonna watch me fail terribly at it. But this is Rogue Blight, the little play test here. Beautiful. Look how beautiful this is. Yeah, I only have difficulty 2. I'm not so good. But we've been working on uploading. I can't quite up my starting weapon. I don't got it maxed out yet. All right. So here we go. We're gonna select the map. Difficulty 2. So this is I'm using my game controller here. I'm gonna start with the Wind Dagger. Give myself a small boost at the start. But in this game, you sort of have this map. So you're gonna select different enemies to battle, or different encounters as you go through, right? So different encounters. This is gonna be a monster fight here. So I'm gonna select this one here, and it is 2D time-based. So if you like strategy, RP, 2D side-scrolling combat type games where you have to get timing, learn timing of your enemies, you will like this game. This game, and it's hard. This game is much harder than it looks. Oof, I got hit. Oh no, I didn't mean to drink my I'm totally gonna lose against, I'm totally gonna lose. I accidentally drank my potion. I bumped that potion button. Oh boy. All right, we can do this. We can do this. Oh no, don't, oh, he got the potion before I could take him out. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. We'll see how we do. Here. After each combat, you get some new loot. I'm gonna go with dual wielding my Frost Dagger, my Wind Dagger. I'm gonna put this Wind Wand in my offhand just in case I need it. I like the way the skull looks, so I'm just not gonna swap it out. Also, you get 10 Earth Resist, which I think is what the boss fight looks like. All right, so I beat this first one. So now I can sort of switch between the path here. So you see I have like these dotted paths. So this reminds me a bit of like the Darkest Dungeon 2, the sequel to Darkest Dungeon here. Ooh, let me turn off my overlay here. My overlay is blocking some of the screen. I'm gonna turn off the chat on the screen just so we can see it a little bit better. There we go. All right, here we go. So each enemy has like a different move set that you have to learn. Right now there's only the forest you can go into, right? But here we go. Each weapon has a different ability you can use as well. So my Wind Dagger shoots out this thing, uses up some mana. The Ice Dagger shoots out these 3. Oh, let's wait for it to cool down again. It shoots out these 3 things, and if you get enough ice damage, it freezes them. All right, so we defeated our foe there. We're gonna keep going here. Let's upgrade, be able to swap out to a Death Dagger, seems pretty good. Swap out to that wand though. Upgrade my items here. Let's continue. Go get a treasure chest. I used up my potion, which makes me horribly sad. don't have, none of these really help me out that much right now. I do have a darkness dagger, so I think I'm gonna do that. And I'm gonna equip, I like the frost a lot. I like freezing the enemies, but I'm gonna equip my death dagger. So now I got that bonus on my death dagger. Some random events will happen when I choose this. So let's see what random event we get. We got a potion merchant. All right, or not a merchant, but a potion guy. I want your strong, choose an additional potion. Let's get myself a health potion since I accidentally drank my health potion. I'm gonna go ahead and get that. I'm gonna move forward to the next, the shop here. The shop here. I don't have any boots yet, so I think I'm gonna buy boots. These leggings are definitely better than what I currently have. I like the dagger, so I'm gonna go with the leggings and then end it here. I'm moving it through here fast. I apologize. I apologize. All right, but we're gonna equip my better leggings, better boots, and then we're gonna continue on. Let's go fight another enemy here. Got this guy, gonna take him out, gonna take him out. Oh, don't poison me. You can't poison me. Woo! All right, the dash keeps you invulnerable. All right, bring him back over here. Really cool game. I am so excited for when this game is launched. I love this type of game. The art is so good as well. The art is absolutely fantastic. All right, what did I get? Did I get anything? Earth dagger. I like the combo I have here. Guard's armor. I like the guard's armor better. Okay, let's go to the question mark. Random event, a chest. 40 gold. There's no other, all right, go to this chest. I'm gonna keep upgrading my health. I like my health. Ooh, attack stamina reduced by 20. You and your enemies do plus 25. I'm gonna do my attack stamina. Here we go. Got another random encounter. Choose wisely. Buy a blessing of my choice. Skill mana cost reduced. That one's pretty good. Consecutive attacks. This one's my favorite. All right, we're gonna go rest, and then here comes the big boss. We're gonna go fight the gorilla, the big boss at the end. This guy is horrifying. This guy is horrifying. Let's check it out. Look at that. Let's get in some hits. All right, let's run away. Here, he's gonna come back. Boom, gotcha. Ugh. Oh, I accidentally drank my potion. Oh no, I'm so bad. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I drank my potion. All right, we gotta just get good here. All right, I got the freezing on him. All right, he's gonna change into his bigger form in a second here. Oh, almost got me. Oh. Oh no, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, so now he's got his second form here. Oh boy. Get some new moves in the second form. Oh man. I'm gonna get got here in a second. I accidentally drank my potion. Let's see if we can freeze him up. Oh. Oh. got wrecked. So really awesome game. Thank you so much for making this, Codrad. Thank you for giving me access to it. Let's go ahead and quit out of that. All right, everybody, we've been streaming for a little over an hour and a half. I'm gonna take a break here. Sorry if I missed so much of the chat there while I was doing that. I struggled to multitask. I'm not a multitasker, but we're gonna go on break for just like 3 minutes. I'm gonna get myself some more coffee. Get myself a little bit more coffee, but thank you so much for letting me play that on stream, Codrad. Super fun game. You guys gotta go check out Codrad Games. If you're not following Codrad Games, streams almost every day. Go check out, watch that development. Absolute blast to see. All right. Okay. So I am going to be back, and I will see all of you momentarily. Oh yeah, and when we get back, we're gonna do some stretches. So get ready for some stretches. All right, everybody, we are back. We are back. I'm sorry I left you. But the captain needed a little bit more coffee. Unfortunately, this coffee is a little too hot right now to drink. So we're gonna have to take some time to let it cool off. And what are we gonna do while we wait? You got it. You guessed it. That's right. We're gonna stretch everybody up. Everybody up. Here we go. Here we go. Everyone get up. You've probably been sitting in front of your computer. You know, sitting in front of your computer, sitting down. If you're doing that all day, if you're at work and you're hunched over like some sort of programming troll, programming goblin, you're doing damage to your body, you gotta get up. So everybody stand on up with me. Stand on up with me. We're gonna do some stretching. My first stretch that we're gonna do is my favorite stretch. We're gonna stretch out this forearm here. If you're like me, you got some carpal tunnel, but hopefully you're not like me. But we're gonna give our body some love. Get that blood flowing. Stretch out our forearm here. Take your arm, straighten it out. Don't lock at the elbow. Straight but not locked. You grab those fingertips and you're just gonna pull back until you feel a stretch. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself though. You just want it to feel good. Ooh, yeah, doesn't that feel good? We're gonna hold this for another 25 seconds here. 25 seconds. Oh, that's my favorite stretch. It's so good. So good. XDS, what are your goals for today? Our goals, we're working on making our dungeon color. I basically want to get my walls to work today. So my walls, we de-thickened the walls yesterday. We put in some spikes. We have them generated. We changed our file format for the walls. Ooh, that feels good. Go ahead and roll out that wrist. Roll out that wrist and then switch directions. Go ahead and pull down here. Stretching across the top this time. All right. And so once we're going to have the walls, we're trying to expand them out. And I'll show you. How it works. We're working on it. Yeah, we're on with it. We have a build walls function in which we're trying to get the meshes merged. So MMOPug provided us with this awesome script, which is merging the meshes together pretty well. We just have to make our walls expand at this point. So right now we just have what I'm calling wall spikes. So they're like wall posts. We're going to expand those out. Ooh, this feels great. Roll it out. We're gonna switch hands here. Switch hands. Take your right hand, straighten it out. Grab those fingers and pull back. If it hurts, you're pulling too hard. It shouldn't hurt. It should just have a minor tension there. Getting that nice stretch in. Oh, doesn't it feel good? Doesn't it feel good to treat your body well? You're all beautiful, lovely people. The captain loves you. And you should love yourself. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you should give yourself some nice stretch. Get that blood flowing. Get that blood flowing. Oh, yeah. 5 more seconds here, and then we'll switch the other direction. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll it out nice. Then you're going to grab those fingertips. You're going to pull downward here. Oh, yeah. Ooh, doesn't that feel good? If it hurts, you're pulling too hard. Don't pull that hard if it hurts. Ah, yeah. Feels great. I love this stretch. This is one of my favorite stretches. Oh, 5 more seconds here. 5 more seconds. Then we're going to do some shoulder rolls. You know I love my shoulder rolls. All right, go ahead and roll it out. Roll it out here. All right, we're going to start with rolling our shoulders backward real quick. Everyone stand up straight. Get up straight. Roll your shoulders up. Up, back, and down. All right. And we're going to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Oh, I said full arm. I meant with the elbows. All right, now we have full arms. 4 times. All right, shake it out. Shake it out. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me in those little stretches there. Get our blood flowing. Get our blood flowing nice. Keep ourselves in tip-top shape here, because if you have a sedentary lifestyle like I do, it's so easy to let your body deteriorate, and we're gonna focus on keeping ourselves in good condition. But let's get back to it here. So I'm working on trying to get my walls here to expand out. So right now our walls are just like these individual spikes based on where they're placed here. And instead, Roy-Ku, you're welcome. I hope you joined me in that stretch. Oh yeah, real quick, I'm just gonna trust that all of you joined me in these beautiful stretches. And for doing that, 50 points to all of you for joining me in those stretches. I appreciate you. I love you. You should love yourself. And here's some 50 points. Here's some 50 points. Okay. So my goal here, I want to get these to expand out. I can't access the internal Pro Builder shape because it's sealed. But I would like to modify the size of it. So we're gonna do a quick look. Pro Builder, because I know you can do it. Pro Builder, change shape runtime programmatically. Is it possible to edit a Pro Builder shape at runtime? February 2023. That's like right now. That's like a couple days ago. Can't access Pro Builder shape class, but I came to ask anyway. Oh, no responses. Pro Builder scripting API. So I could just cheat. If you want to see a screenshot of the dungeon crawler I'm working on now, I have a link to an image, but no biggie if there's no time. Ooh, I'd love to see it. One sec. If you post a link though, my stream element's gonna stop you. So what I'm gonna recommend is you post it on the Discord or send it to me as a private message. One of those two options should work, and I'd be happy to check it out, Roiku. I love checking out what everyone's doing. So what I'm gonna do in my wall, XD says expand for row size, wall subject, print wall. So what I want to do, so I already have my wall here. I want the shape to be bigger. So what I would like to do, if I go into my wall here, my Roman wall, I would like this shape to change like this or like this, depending on which direction we need to expand. The issue is that I cannot access this shape from, as far as I'm aware, I cannot access this shape directly from my code because it is in a sealed class. So if we go to look at this script here, not sealed, it is not a public class, it's an internal class. So unfortunately, I won't be able to use that in this specific instance. What I think I might do, Roku says, okay, it's on the self-promotion channel. Let's check it out. I'm excited here. Ooh, this looks good. Oh my goodness. Roku, thank you so much for sharing. Look at this. This is beautiful. This looks awesome. As a placeholder art, I think it looks great. I love this style of graphics. Thank you for sharing. Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. For prototype, I know you said it's placeholder text. Like these walls look great. Is the placeholder text just this art here? What part's the placeholder? This looks great. I love it. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. Here is what I think I'm gonna do for now. So I'm gonna actually create two of these, and we're gonna cheat a little bit. One of these is gonna be expanded this way. Oops, wrong one. One of these is gonna be expanded this way, and so we're gonna call this east-west, and we're gonna call this one north-south. North-south. All right, and so I'm gonna cheat a little bit, and depending on which direction this wall should expand, it's gonna select one of these. And actually, this should be 6 rather than 5. So we're gonna end up turning on one of these two, depending on which direction we want to go with, and we'll end up deleting the other when this thing wakes up. So the idea with our wall is I'm gonna add in, let's change it, maybe not call it Roman wall. We're gonna add in a wall. Yeah, it looks really nice, Roiku. I know it's just for prototyping, but it looks really nice. Yeah, what type of what is your inspiration for your game? So tell us a little bit more. I would love, you don't have to, but I'd love to hear more about your game, what you're building and putting together here. All right, so I'm instead of being a game object, these are going to need to be wall tiles. All right, so I'm going to create a script here. In our scripts grid, we're going to create a wall tile mono behavior that we're going to be able to attach this, and this is going to just basically select north south or east west, which direction to expand, so that we have an interface for it. So namespace captain coder.dungeoneering. All right, so we're going to be in our dungeoneering, and my idea here is that we have a boolean that we trigger. All right, so we'll have a I guess I could do a public. Yeah, it needs to be set public. Public bool wall is north south. Get set. We need to be able to set this by default. We'll go with false. And then we need a way to basically, we're going to select one of these things when we get rendered, and it's going to delete. It'll end up removing one or the other. All right. So is north south. So we'll be able to set this in our grid builder if it's north south or east west. So if it's a row, if it should be going north south or east west. XD says wall equals row, X block, Y block. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing here. So check it out. We loop through here. We have a row and column. Instead of calling it X block and Y block, I do an R and a C. So my row and my column. And then we generate it here with our row column size. So in this section here, I'm going to make this, rather than being a game object, it's going to be a wall tile. So I'll be able to specify which one of these it is. And so when I kind of want to make it so we can only set it once, public void set. So this would be like a one thing. We only want to be able to call it once. Private bool is set equals false. Set north south, or set facing. All right, so we're gonna set a facing here, and the bool is gonna be is north south. So it's either you're either taking a true or a false, and we're gonna say if is set. We're actually going to do a debug dot assert is set is false. So we shouldn't be set. This wall was previously set. Okay. Royal C-Dub Gaming, welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. I've already said that to you, but happy Saturday again. Welcome back. Nice to see you again. Happy to have you here. All right, so, and then is set is going to be true here. So you should only call this once. I kind of don't like this, but I think what's going to happen when you call this, it's going to end up removing the wall tile component. All right, and maybe I'll call it like a wall tile initializer or something like that. Ooh, that's what I'll do. Initialize. That's what we're gonna do. This is gonna have an initialize method, is north south, and we're gonna say if is north south. We're gonna go find the game object inside that has in north south. So game yeah. This is what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have a private game object north south, like this, and we'll serialize it. Serialize field. Oh, I like this. And this is gonna be our east west. So if is north south, we do north south dot set active true, east west dot set active false. And so we can actually simplify this a little bit. So we'll do is north south And this one is not north, south. So we turn on one or the other. And then we actually are gonna go ahead and we actually want to delete the one, we want to delete one of these and turn the other one active. So actually we're gonna do it this way. We set this one to active, and then we're gonna do destroy east west, and this is going to be an editor script, so we're going to do destroy immediate, because this won't happen at runtime. All right, else we are going to do the opposite. So east west is going to become active. Set active true. So we're going to change this to true. And we're going to destroy north south. So when we initialize this thing, it's going to select one of the children objects to keep around, and then destroy the other one. Here we go. So it's going to choose one. So we're going to add in a wall tile. I'm going to rename this. I want this to be a wall tile initializer. And then I got to rename that script here. In my grid, this should be a wall tile initializer, like this. Right, so we have our wall tile initializer. We're going to specify our north and our east west, our north south and east west wall. Wall tile initializer. Did I spell something wrong? Wall tile initializer. Yeah, I spelled it wrong. So the name of this file and the name of this class have to be perfectly identical. They have to match exactly. And of course I didn't, there we go. Fixed that instance there. All right, so we have our wall tile initializer set our north and our east west. So the idea is when we call initialize on this, it's going to initialize this, and then set will become true, but then we're also going to go ahead and delete this script. So we shouldn't have it afterwards. So remove, is there a remove? So wall tile adder is more simple name. Adder might be a better name for it. I think you might be right. Game object dot component. Is there a remove component? Oh, interesting. Can I not remove a component dynamically? Unity remove. It doesn't matter. This thing's going to get deleted anyway. It's going to get deleted anyway. All right. Because our grid builder is going to end up removing it. Okay. So the idea here now is that in our grid cell database, oh yeah, it would be destroy this. Right? Because this doesn't actually destroy the game object. This destroys the component. AOR Aries. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Happy to have you here. Wall tile adder. Maybe we name it to wall tile initial. I've already renamed it once. I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to see if it makes... might even be like a wall tile blueprint. Initializer feels maybe wrong as well. But the idea is now in our grid cell database, rather than having a list of game objects, this is going to be a wall tile initializer. All right, so these are going to be wall tile initializers. And this is going to return a wall tile initializer. And in fact, actually, this could still return a game object, but should take in a bool is north, south. Right, so it's going to take in a bool here. So it's, and rather than instantiating it directly like this, Daniel, my friend, we're so happy to have you here. How are you? My friend Daniel, welcome back to the crew. How are you? Daniel, my friend, welcome back. I'm in a singing mood. All right, so this is going to be our wall that we're going to initialize. And then our wall is going to be wall.initialize is north-south. All right, so this is going to initialize it this way and return. Oh, Roiku, you just reminded me that my coffee, my bean water has definitely cooled off here. Wall initializer doesn't have a game object. Game object. All right, Christoph's here as well. All right, Roiku, for reminding me of this beautiful cup of delicious bean water that it was on my desk here, waiting for me to sip. Oh, I love the warmness. But for reminding me of the bean water. Roiku, for reminding me of my bean water. 50 points for you, my friend. 50 points. Thank you so much for the reminder. Daniel, I'm glad you have a friend over. That sounds fun. We're going to play Left 4 Dead 2 on your PC. Nice choice. Dark G says it's the dark fuel. That tasty bean water. Give it to me. I need the bean water. Yes, I love me some bean water. All right, so we're going to initialize is north-south, and we're going to return that game object. So this should go ahead, initialize it the way we want, instantiating the wall. We're required to tell it is north-south here. All right, so this is going to break our reference. So let's go to that reference here, and it has to... Now, if we were to try and build this. Come on. I got a semicolon missing or something. Got a compilation... Dremel said, did you like my project editor, Captain? Yeah, did you not see? It blows my mind. So over on the Discord, where'd it go? Was in games. Dramel says, I hear you like editors, Captain. Post this nightmare. This is like, there's so many buttons here. Oh my goodness, my head's blowing up. Biotest, I swear yesterday was day 5 as well. I think yesterday was day 4. I could be wrong though. I get, as you might be well aware, I get myself all mixed up all the time. Drama said, you see how they look in the normal inspector view? Yikes. But, you know, almost too many features. Biotest, what is that editor for? It controls life, the universe, and everything. It's Dramolx's God control panel. No, Dramolx, tell us exactly what it does. Oh, that's right, it is the God control panel. Awesome. Daniel said, I wanted to see if I can use a split screen model with him, and it works. Just for some reason, the second player can't look up down. That's interesting. That feels odd. All right, here. What is this saying? Our value. Cannot implicitly compute game object here. Yeah, that's okay. E. Moldict entry. Oh, here. Our entry. Let's make this an entry of type T. I'm gonna make this a T. That's gonna cause issues later, actually. All right, so we have a floor entry and then we have a wall entry. This will be a wall entry, and this will be a wall tile initializer. I do think I want to change this name. I think you were right, XD. For sure, wall tile initializer is not the correct thing. Wall adder isn't quite right either. Yeah, I think wall adder is better than wall tile initializer, but I do think it should be like a wall tile. The idea is like it's a blueprint. It's a blueprint for what we're doing here. And so these aren't entries, these are wall entries. Okay, and for each wall entry, initialize is wrong. I always tell people I am, so bad at naming things. Naming is like one of the hardest things, and in my mind, it's one of the hardest parts of programming is getting things named well. All right, so this is going to say that our grid database is going to be broken at this point. So we got to go to our grid cell database. We got type mismatches in all of these, and so these are going to be, I think, a Roman wall. Yeah, so we're just going to toss our Roman wall in here for all of these. Biotest, I love seeing the anonymous on Unity post. Yeah. XD says, I think the name should be simple and easy to remember. And yeah, I agree. It should be simple and easy. Wall tile initializer. What about wall tile initializer script that does all the things for walls? What do we think about that name? Do you think that name's better or worse? All right, people tell me, what do you think? Wall initializer or wall initializer script that does all things for walls? Which one of those is easier to read? I think I like this one. I think I like the longer one. Biotest, can you give me permission for link? What are you linking to? What are you linking to? Dramos just call it, says just wall things. Wall initializer. Just wall things. I'm gonna leave it as wall initializer for now until I can think of a better name. I don't like this name all that much. Let's see here. Crosstick says, getting Java factory vibes from that. I know the Java factory for factoring. Exactly. That's exactly right. Okay, so our grid editor, grid builder. I'm amazed that this is not an error. And that does not, this like doesn't make sense. This should be an error to me. Because instantiate wall, oh, it's saying that container is the second argument. The third argument, all right, so this should be, that is interesting that I can pass. That's fascinating. All right, so here we go though. Yeah, I'll give you permission. Permit biotest 5. There you go. You got 60 seconds, my friend. It's an extension that replaces hi because you type hi into Unity post. It just does the anonymous stuff. Yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Thank you for the share, my friend. Thank you for sharing that with us. Replaces all that. Here we go. Okay, so basically we're gonna have a bool that says is north south is gonna be equal to, it's either this, this I believe. It's either that is north south is on even rows. It should be on odd rows. We'll find out very shortly. And then this is gonna be is north south. All right, let us see how we did. Let's see how we did here. All right, everybody, cross your fingers. Let's see if our grid, I'm sure it's gonna fail. Everything I touch dies. We got one. The object wall initializer has been destroyed, but you are still trying to access it. All right. Instantiate. Fascinating. I got one. We got one. We got an off by 17 error. My guess is, all right, my wall initializer. Let me just get rid of this. I don't think I need to actually destroy that thing. I think it's, yeah, so I shouldn't destroy that thing here. We're just gonna, that's what's going on. Unity Coder says, yeah, gee, there is a permit command. I wish I could change the duration. So the duration only goes for 60 seconds. That doesn't seem to be customizable. Unity Coder, Unity replied to the forums a few weeks ago that the anon issue is a high priority to be fixed. Hasn't it been there for years? I think it's been there for a really long time, but yeah, I find it hilarious. All right, so here we go. Let's try again. Look, oh, look at that. All right, so one little thing that makes me sad. MMO Pug, if you're still here, the overlapping meshes are still a minor problem. So the overlapping issues is still a minor problem here. You'll see that this mesh goes all the way to that corner, And so we get a little bit of fuzziness if you're viewing it from above or on this angle. Yeah, so we'll have to do something special with that. I think so. But I do like this merge. This merge is really cool. So I think we're gonna do a combination. We're gonna do a combination of what we were doing before. I don't know that it, yeah. Anyway, super cool. Super cool. Super cool. But we got our walls to form. We got our dungeon generator. This could be added to you got to put destroy in the command, then build it. Well, so notice all the walls, we only have one wall now. All right, it's all one big wall. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I like it. I like it, and really, I don't need a collider on it. I don't care about the collider. I just care about the renderer, right? So I'm gonna be able to remove the collider, I believe, because this game's gonna be all controlled. All the logic's gonna be built into it. Otherwise, biotest, I don't need the collider. What do I need the collider for? What do I need the collider for? All of the logic's gonna be built into the movement controls directly. But yeah, I don't think I need a collider at all. There's no physics in this game. Yeah, so this game, it's not even really a game. This specific engine is not gonna, I mean, I could leave it in there, but we're not doing any collision detections. Oh, G, my friend, beautiful. G has taught me something new. 100 points to you, G. Thank you for testing that out. I did not know that you could specify the duration. That is so good to know. That is so good to know. So I could give someone like 10 minutes and then they're free to wreak havoc. Art says, I just learned that Unity was originally created in Copenhagen. I walked past their office the other day and got curious. Their HQ is apparently in San Francisco nowadays. I had no idea that was the case. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. All right, so we still need to, this is great. This is great. This looks beautiful. This is exactly what I want. MMO Pug, I don't think you're still here, but thank you so much for what you've done with that script for merging these into one. It's beautiful. All I need to do now, all I need to do now, I still need to do what I was doing before where I select the tiles. Okay, yeah, just getting ready for it, that's fine. Look at this, it worked out really well. We just got a little bit of a clipping issue on those overlaps. And so we'll do something about that at some point. And I think my original idea is gonna work to get that as well as far as the expansion goes on it. But we'll still be able to merge them all into one mesh, which I think I like. I'm not sure. But this is nice. This is a nice little solution to our grid editor here that I might just leave for now. Fantastic. AOR Eris asks, in Visual Studio Code, can you use C#? Yeah, I use C# in Visual Studio Code. That's exactly what I'm doing here. But we just made some progress. I don't even remember what my goals were today. All right, so we're gonna add in a new goal here. Merge wall meshes together into single mesh. Boom. Merge wall meshes into single mesh. We finished this one. We finished that goal. Roku says the goal of the day, survive the stretching. Survive the stretching, exactly. Okay. So we did manage to merge all the wall meshes together. That was awesome. I'm really, really happy with that. And for being here to witness this momentous occasion, all of you get 50 points. 50 points to all of you for witnessing the construction of the super mesh. We're gonna call this mega mesh. Mega mesh. All right, so next, I wanna work on this clipping issue here. Mr. Natural, woo! It pays to lurk. It does pay to lurk. It doesn't pay much. I mean, these points have you know, no, you know, points have, what is the disclaimer I got to put on the points? Cannot have no monetary value. Hello, Bug, what kind of footwear does Mario have? Platformer shoes. Good one, my friend. Excellent joke. Okay. So this is sort of what we want this to look like in the end. Now I want to go through and what can we do here? Yeah, so I was going, let's look at my design document real quick to see what we want to do. The points are free, and the more you have, the more freedom you have. They're freedom points. That's right, they're freedom points. You must lurk in the captain stream to gain the freedom points. Get your freedom points here, freedom points here, get them while they're hot. Biotest, go to the camera on the scene tab and press the arrow on the clipping planes put near. Does Bio have a solution? Go to the camera on the scene tab and press, it's on this tab. Go to the camera on the scene tab and press the arrow on the clipping planes put near to 0.01. Camera. Is this it? Will that be in the game too? So my question would be, so this is the camera. I'm in my scene tab, like the gizmo view. Yeah, I'm pretty new. All right. And then camera. There's a camera. It's close to it. Oh, it's this. Okay. Camera speed, dynamic clipping. If I set this to 0.1, I still get the clipping. Or you're saying, yeah. There's some clippage. We got the clippage. That's okay. I'm gonna fix it because I don't want any clipping. I want none. I want none clipping. All right, so we're gonna get some none clipping on that. No worries, my friend. All right, but yeah. Let's look at my design doc. Design document's a strong word. But let's turn on. It's clipping on the camera, but it's still far. Gotcha. I don't even know if that's what this is called. Is this actually called clipping? I'm calling it clipping because it's like these things are merged, are clipping through each other. I'm so bad at moving the camera around sometimes. Is this actually called clipping where it's like clipping through each other? I don't know if I'm using the right word. I could be using the wrong word. What I really need to do is make it so that way this internal box here, it sort of just needs to know, should I be short? Should I chop off my edges here? Which is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting here. Yeah. So on these corners, it just needs to remove, if they're overlapping, one of them needs to remove a chunk of itself. That's really what it comes down to. So here was my original idea, but I think I have a different idea now. So here's my document camera. My original idea, now that we have this mesh merger, I don't think I need to do this. Here was my original idea though, is I was gonna define, these are all the different combinations for which we could have walls overlapping each other. All right, so we have a wall like this, we got corners, we got a T, we got a plus, we have a dead end, we have a box, we have an H piece like this. So this was my original thought here, was I would define a piece for each one of these things. Dramux, oh no, the box! Yes, the box, Dramux. So each one of these has like a way in which it needs to render itself. But I think I can actually be smarter about this. So I was gonna have a prefab for each one of these, right? I'm gonna have a prefab for each one, but since we have this thing that MMOPug gave us, where they we can merge them together using this merge option, I think I can actually define just a wall to be 3 segments. All right, so I think I define a wall to be 3 segments, where we sort of have like the centerpiece. This is the piece that's 5. Then we have sort of like the end pieces on either side. So we have these end pieces on either side of it. And these end pieces, here's the dumb thing I'm going to do. So we're all about like, how can I reduce the complexity from the programming standpoint? Make this easier on myself. This is going to be the most efficient thing to do. This isn't going to be the most efficient thing to do. But my idea is I'm going to go ahead and just place all these down. And then check, say, hey, which of these squares happen to, which of these chunks happen to be overlapping with another chunk, right? So you say, for each of these these end pieces, am I overlapping with something? If so, remove all but one of them. So then it's going to select, it's going to say, so maybe, so for example, on a piece that is the plus, you'll actually have 4 of them here. And each one says, do I have a neighbor? Is there something here overlapping with me? If there is, just remove myself. And eventually, when you get down to the last one is just going to say, oh, there's nothing here overlapping with me, I'll stay. And at the end of the day, you end up merging all of these colliders together. So that is sort of like the lazy version I think I'm going to go for. I'm going to see if I can do that. Well, we're gonna see how dumb this looks, but this is like so a lot of the programming I do is like not necessarily the most efficient program, and one of the things, this doesn't happen at runtime, this happens at editor time. This happens at editor time, so I don't have to worry too much about it. But since we can dynamically merge these together, we can do this sort of lazy check. There's a lot of different ways we can do this. This is, I think, one of the simplest programming ways and logical ways to think about it. So in my wall, all right, so in my wall, I'm going to actually, for each one of these, I'm going to add in an extra little chunk on either side. So it's actually going to be 5 long. Reset shape, hang on. Add this back, and this was 6. Next, capping our walls with doorways. Yeah, we're gonna have to add doorways in too. So we're gonna do 5 here, and then on either end, there's gonna be an additional chunk that happens to be a 0.5 in width here. All right, so this north-south chunk here, let's create a parent. We're gonna create a UI, sorry, not UI, create an empty parent. This is gonna be our north-south. This is gonna be actual, or wall, and then we're gonna have like extra bits. Bit 0 and bit 1. All right, so bit 0 and bit 1. This one's gonna have a 0.5, and it's gonna be on the outside chunk there. Oh, actually, this needs to be. This is interesting. I think it needs to be a full 1. And then our actual internal wall needs to be 4. H. Mendoza 2001. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. Happy Saturday to you. I hope you're doing well. How are you on this beautiful Saturday? Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. We're so happy to have you here. We are so happy that you've chosen to join us for this momentous day. All right, so bit 0 is going to be over here, and bit 1 is going to be on this end. I think this is how it'll work. So if they're overlapping, one chunk of them disappears, right? And hopefully, surprisingly, they kind of line up nicely. No, they don't. So I think though, when they get merged into a single mesh, and MMOPub, we're gonna find out when they get merged into a single mesh, does it automatically fix this material? That is a question that I need, that is dying to be answered. So you see how this material here is missing. when it wraps the new material, will there still be that weird line there? XD says active tile equals adjacent dot block destroy, adjacent dot block rebuild. Exactly. It's gonna be pretty much that. It's gonna say if the tile shares a space. Clayman Dev says, hello, Captain. We'll be lurking as I'm doing work stuff. Welcome aboard, Clayman. So nice to have you here. Real quick, everybody, if you're not following, may I have your attention, please? Please direct your attention to the chat. All lurkers, please return for a moment. This is your captain speaking. You gotta follow Clayman Dev. Click that little heart button. Clayman Dev is making a game, epic hero game. First off, go follow, click that little heart, give him some love. Give him some love, love him. And then Epic Hero Games on Steam. Epic Hero Game. I keep calling it Epic Hero Games. But if you don't know Clayman Dev, I'm sure everyone knows it, but if you don't know Clayman Dev, you gotta come to this Steam page. You gotta scroll down, you gotta hit that add to your wish list. Add it, give them some love. This game looks awesome. If you want a physics-based game where you get to choose your own path as a hero, Dragon Ball style, combat style, do it. It's gonna be awesome. Clayman, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. Happy to have you here. So happy to have you here today with us. All right, so we're gonna find out if these meshes here. So this is our wall, this is our bit 0 and our bit 1. Okay, so let's go ahead and deact. We're gonna make this our east-west. All right, we'll delete that one. This one's gonna be our east-west wall. And can I just rotate this 90? I can. All right, so now we have our bits here. Bit 0 and bit 1. Like that. This becomes our new east-west. This becomes our new north-south. So my question here, we're gonna find out. Let's build out a wall in our scene here. I want to see if when we merge these meshes together, if it is nice as far as like the mesh overlapping that I was seeing there. All right, so we should be able to see, yeah. So let's go ahead and regenerate this. Something terrible has gone wrong. But it does look like that mesh gets fixed. All right, so now I don't have the weird end of the mesh here. Let us, interesting. Go to my Roman wall. What happened? We have, turn this on. Oh boy, we've made a mistake. Something terrible has happened. ITC, welcome back. How's it going? It's going beautifully well. We did just break something. We're making progress though. We did just break something. I don't know exactly what broke. Vavi over on YouTube says hi. Hello, Vavi. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Something interesting is happening here. We were generating a dungeon moments ago, and now our walls are not rotated properly, and I'm not sure exactly why. But we can check. We can check here. If I go into my grid builder and I disable this merge, we should be able to see it. Yeah, so it was working a moment ago. We changed something. We're trying to be clever with how we get these walls to build up. But let's add our database back in here. Let's add to scene. I know what was happening. I think. Okay. Yeah. Maybe. There was something caught in the cache. No, it was still loading the previous one. My wall initializer. I'm not destroying my north-south wall here. So there's a problem with that. So we weren't destroying my north-south wall. So that was one of the issues. The issue is actually related to my cache not reloading. It didn't invalidate. Add to scene. What? That doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, hang on. My grid builder. Hang on. ITC Studio says, was it difficult to make the grid editor? It wasn't that hard, but I've done this type of thing before. When you say grid editor, was it hard to add this into the scene? Or not into the scene, but into this, just this overlay? It's actually really not that hard to create these. Let me show you that real quick. So I have, there's like a GUI builder. All right, so there's a UI builder that I used, like this. All right, so you build this UI out. So it's like drag and drop builder to build this thing. Okay. And then, so this is really nice that there's a drag and drop builder. And then it comes with a script that you modify and map, what do the buttons do? How do I read this data and pull it out? So this loads it from the UXML. So that was the GUI builder file there. And it just loads that in there. And then I specify, okay, what do each of my buttons do? So pretty nice in that regard. I don't know why this had an issue. In my grid builder, my merge here, I only have one mesh render in my child. So I need to get components in filter, I think. Hang on, we gotta look through what we're doing here. Objects to merge. We loop through all of our objects to merge. I think I'm not adding all of the different objects in. So we have multiple mesh filters in our child now, is one of the challenges we're having. No, I destroyed the right one here, XD. So when I is north south, I should destroy east west, and when otherwise, so this is east west. If I is east west, I should destroy north south. So I think I'm destroying the right thing. I think my merge here is only finding a single mesh filter when I actually need to go through and find all of the mesh filters in my children. So I need to do the following. This should be get components in children. So it's gonna get all of my mesh filters in my child. All right, so this should get all of my mesh filters. So this should be a mesh filter array filters. And then I need to do a loop of that for each mesh filter in filters. I need to do this, I believe. Combine instance. I'm gonna make this a list because I need to add these here. So I'm gonna make this a list of combine instance. Combine. I'm gonna make this a list instead. ITC says, oof, this 3D mesh stuff sounds complex. It might be. I might be overcomplicating it. I don't know if we actually need to merge these all into one mesh, but this has been fun. It's been a fun adventure. So our combine here, we do combine. So this is gonna be our filter.mesh. All right, so this is gonna be our mesh m. And our combine of I transform. Combine of I, hang on. Merge to length, mesh filters, get all of them. This is interesting. What is it? My combine I. Wouldn't this have been null? I'm a little confused here. Get component, combine I here. One second. Let me go back in time. I think I might have deleted something that was necessary. No, I don't understand how. Oh, combine instance is a struct. Got it. Okay, let's go forward some more. Okay, so it's a struct, so it has a default. The default's not null. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say combine instance combine. I'm gonna rename this one here to combines with an S. Metaliki, good morning. How are you? Welcome aboard, my friend. Thank you for bringing your Meat Boy emote. We love it here. How are you, Metaliki? So nice to see you. All right, so we're gonna end up with a combine instant combine like this. Okay, so it's gonna give us a new combine, and then we're gonna say combine.mesh is going to be equal to our filter.mesh. Use of local variable unassigned. Okay, so this is going to be equals new. The struct, is that how you construct a new? All right, so we're going to do a new like this. Or can I do default? There we go. Combine equals default. Minoliki says, I'm doing good. Yesterday was my last day at work. Was there for 14 years, so bittersweet. Ooh, did you, if you're not comfortable answering this, but I'm gonna ask, did you retire? And if so, and I'm doing fantastic. But yeah, did you retire or did you get a new job? What are your future endeavors? If you're not comfortable asking, that's fine. But yeah, bittersweet. It can be bittersweet when you leave a job that you liked, for sure. I'm doing fabulous, my friend. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Equals objects to merge dot transform. Yeah. Objects to merge. Filter. Go through each filter. We pull out objects to merge. Filter dot transform. I think I did filter dot game object dot local dot transform dot local to world matrix. We're gonna try this refactor. Minnie says, yeah, I got a new job, been in the field for 20 years, and I'm finally switching up. Congratulations, my friend, on your new job. Congratulations. So happy to hear that for you. Combines.add combine. I might just be totally blowing this whole thing up here. We might need to come back to this merge later. All right. And then we're going to convert this combines to an array so that we can combine it. All right. I might have just blown this whole thing up with this refactor here. Let's see. Let's see if we had any luck with this. Unity Coder, the whole game is a single mesh zone. Would there be anything wrong with that, Unity Coder? Why not just have one giant mesh? All right. Object reference here. Oh, I didn't set my grid builder. Hang on. This is annoying. This is so annoying. I gotta fix this grid cell database. Add to scene. There we go. All right. So my question was, do the ends here though? All right. So there is. This is sad. All right. MMO Pug. Just so you know, even though we're merging these together, they don't actually have a full mesh, right? So the mesh. I mean, they're combined. But notice that they're not like these, there's still two faces here, which makes sense. I thought maybe there's some magic happening with this, and there isn't, unfortunately. So we got to do something different. with these. Because this is going to drive me crazy with the corner of the wall here. You can see the like little clip there. But yeah, we're so close. We're so close. This was cool. This was really cool. All right, we're still going to do it. Yeah, I was really hoping there'd be some magic that happened there, but there's no magic. But that's okay. That's okay. We're going to go back to my previous plan. We're still going to use this merge because I love it. MMO Pug, I absolutely love this merge. This is the first I've seen of this project. Looking interesting. Are we generating the level from an ASCII grid? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So you'll notice there's an uncanny resemblance. There's an uncanny resemblance to this grid and what we have here. What we have here. I'm going to do a commit real quick because we did make some progress. Oh, I forgot to get oh, there is an issue here when we delete these, actually. Let me try one second. This might not be doing what I actually think it's doing. Let's try one more time. Greet this. Grid cell database, add to scene. Yeah, when we do this, the merge is actually not working the way I want it to. We're gonna come back to the merge momentarily soon. I do want to merge this all together, but my merge doesn't work the way I want it to, and that's okay. I don't quite understand why the merge isn't working, but so actually I don't know. All right, so MMO Pug, I'm a liar. I don't know. Our merge actually isn't merging properly. Oh, and I don't understand why. So just so you know, MMO Pug, I just realized that the merge wasn't actually ever being run. But I do, so for some reason, it is, when I go to merge them together, that's why I commented this out. All right, let's comment this out one more time. Do a little bit more debugging here, but yeah, Menaliki, let me walk you through what we're doing here. My goal, eventually I want to do procedurally generated dungeon. I want to be able to define various room shapes and types using some kind of editor like this, using this, and then we can add them to a scene. We'll be able to build what's called a Markov chain generator, where we say, based on various tiles, how do the tiles connect to each other? What is the probabilities of doing so? But for now, we're getting it so it can add this thing to the scene. These actually aren't merged, so it makes sense that they look awkward because they're not actually merged. So yeah, they're not actually merged. IT says, love some procedural generation. Yeah, me too. That's why we're doing this. So the issue I'm having is these are resulting in these things, but then at the end of the day, when I actually get all of my game objects are getting added to my all walls, like this. When we go to do this merge, for some reason, we're not at, all right, so in our merge real quick, I'm gonna make it so we don't destroy the originals. It feels like, oh wait, what happened? What was I editing? I wasn't editing this merge. I was editing this original. Oh, I'm a fool. We're editing this original one here. I wasn't actually editing the version in my grid builder. So this mesh merger, of course it doesn't work because we're not using it. We're not using the one I just made. So that would make sense why it wasn't working. All right, so I wanted to replace this. Yeah, MMO Pug wrote this cool mesh merger, which is awesome. I'm gonna change this rather than being looping through using a traditional for loop. I'm gonna do for each game object to merge in objects to merge, like this. And then we can actually just do to merge here. Okay. So gotta actually use this code. All right, now we're gonna see. Now we'll see. They'll all see. XD, BBC says X equals 1 to 10, Y equals 1 to 10. Find the common points and make them 1, I guess. I don't quite, I must have missed some context there. I apologize. Okay. Okay. All right, and we had fixed this before. This should be shared mesh. Let's try again. All right, that did it. All right, let's try one more time. Oh, am I actually? I keep saying that. Oh, we did merge them. We did merge them. We didn't delete them. Hang on, I keep pretending like we've done it, but we haven't. Oh, we got a raid. We got a raid coming in here. Moonniz, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Happy Saturday. How was your stream, Moonniz? For anyone who doesn't know, Moonniz is a awesome developer. I'm sure everyone here knows Moonniz, but if you don't, Moonniz is an awesome game developer. Go hit that heart button real quick. Hit that heart button. If you're not following Moonniz, you should be. But we got a Moonniz here. Moonniz is currently working on a Metroidvania base game on his stream. You gotta check it out. Give him some love. Hit that heart. Smash that like button. Subscribe and follow. All right, everyone. Moonniz is awesome. Moonniz has taught me everything I know about Unity. Moonniz is the best. Today, Moonniz says, I learned more about Tiled and made custom imports for objects in that program. Nice. Tiled, specifically referring to a program called Tiled. So Moonniz is working on his Metroidvania stuff here. All right, let's try. Come on, mesh, merged, return that. We're gonna add it up here. Okay, let's try again. We're getting close. We're closer than ever on this one here. Our generated grid. We're gonna add this grid cell database here, add the scene. Did that work? We got one mesh that's all merged together. Okay, MMO Pug, we do have a little, the clipping's fine. Let's look at the edge of this. Can we see where, yeah, there's still, is there? Yeah, we can see, I think. It's a little bit noticeable. I believe we can still see where the meshes are combined because I think there's a face on the end, but you can still see this line here. It's not super noticeable, but it exists. All right, but we have that working. We got this thing here, so we're gonna have to take those corners out now. But I believe, let's not delete these one more time just to see what the plan is. Yes, Tiled is a software. It works very nicely. Hopefully I can make everything related to my different rooms in that editor. Yeah, I've used it a little bit before. Biotests, I've fixed a couple things. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but I have fixed some stuff. Let's check it out. I gotta give it a grid cell database. Give it that database. Hit add to scene. So we got it adding in here. Let's see which one of these is the actual. All right, so I was gonna point out here that if I did, the idea is that when we have overlapping chunks there, oh, we still have the underline merged. Hang on, let me get rid of the merged. Delete the merged mesh. So we have like these. We're gonna leave exactly one of these things here, which unfortunately won't quite work because the mesh merging doesn't line up perfectly, right? So there's actually this little thing here that we put on the edge here. And so we could leave that, but I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually build out each of those individual tiles so that we don't end up with this line here. But we do have this nice little mesh merger that was written, which is really convenient, and I appreciate it, MMPogue. Thank you for doing that. But I actually don't think, so now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think we need all the different components we need. We sort of need one where they're, so for example, over here in this, on this U piece that I was defining, we don't actually need all the different components I was referring to. We really need a component that's this shape. We need a component that is, so if you have a component that's this shape, you can just, we need a component that's, all right, we need a component that's this shape. We need a component that's this shape, so a wall that's just sort of by itself. We need a component that's that shape. We need a component that is this shape, right? So you can just slap it next to some, and then you should be able to do all the time with those three shapes. So you have one that is a standalone wall. You have one that is a, you know, a continued wall. So this here, you might have a wall that's continued like this, and then as you come around a corner, it just says slap this onto it. And as you come around, slap this chunk onto it. So we should be able to get that to work, I believe. Oh, the tiling will be an issue. That's right. The whole reason we're not doing that, your camera is making it hard in Crazy Marble. Have you adjusted? All right, Biotest is referring to Crazy Marble, so anyone who doesn't know. Crazy Marble was the project we worked on right before this one. I find it best on a gamepad. And we got this game, Crazy Marble, that we did. And if we run it, MMPogue, entering lurk mode, time for my son's hockey game. Enjoy the hockey game, my friend. Best of luck. And yeah, definitely catch up on the VOD. Anyone who doesn't know, all of our previous streams are on the archive over on YouTube. Biotest, don't forget in the options, you can adjust the mouse sensitivity and then change the camera inversions. So if the camera's not feeling quite right, feel free to adjust it this way. It should help you out. Yeah, so there are options. You can invert the cameras and make it work a little bit better. I also have found that I think it works best on gamepad, the mouse control. I'm just bad with the mouse control as well. But hopefully that'll help you out, being able to change the camera like that. But yeah, thanks for checking it out. I hope you're having fun. It is excruciatingly painful difficulty. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do to make all of our walls sort of work together and look nice. All right, we're going back to the original plan. I do like that we can merge it. We could actually just leave it here and be kind of like, okay, well, we'll save that for later. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we can save it for later. But here's my dot cam. Here's the plan. Here's the plan to get these things to look kind of nice. And maybe we don't need this anymore now. But the original plan was these were the different combinations of how the walls could intersect with each other. All right, so we got the lone wall. It's sort of by itself. You got a corner. So we got to figure out how to map those around. So the issue that we're going to run into anyway is what I'm realizing. The issue we're going to run into anyway is the mesh itself. When we attach these corners together. All right, so let's say I have a corner. And then I go into, you know, the lone wall that just sort of continues this way. Technically, I'm gonna have not clipping, but technically there's gonna be a break in the mesh here anyway, right? Oh, can people even see where I'm drawing down here? Down here, sorry, it wasn't on camera. So there's gonna be a break in the mesh where these things connect anyway. Not in the mesh, but there's a break in the texture. And so that is something that is gonna be a problem anyway. So I actually think I'm gonna leave this. I think I'm gonna leave this the way it is for now. And then maybe I'll learn how to use the ProBuilder API. So the ProBuilder API does exist, and I'm just not familiar with it yet, to make this actually generate one big continuous mesh, which would be super cool. We're not going to do that today. Instead, what we're going to do today in the next segment here. I need to go on a break here. We're approaching 3 hours. I got 3 minutes and we're going to go on a break. I'm going to get myself, I haven't even finished this guy. I'm going to get myself a tea. Oh, I'm no longer on camera. Camera, come to me. There it goes. We're going to break here in a second. But the goal is to get these center posts so that there's no none of this clipping here. So we're gonna actually end up removing them until we have just one of those squares there, and then we'll be happy. All right, so maybe not the perfect solution, but it is a solution. Yeah. But yeah, eventually I think I will want to make it so that I can find and build this out and apply a texture to it for contiguous walls. All right, let us proceed here. I'm gonna do a commit, so we've made some progress. We'll have that delete. I actually don't think we're going to make the merged walls here. We're not gonna merge them together just yet. So I'm gonna leave that commented out. We can get rid of this chunk here, and these. We're just testing that out. Okay, I like it. All right, let's save our scene. We're saved. We're gonna do a commit. Feature implement wall expansions. So we got our expanding walls. All right, sync that up. All right, everybody, we're at 3 hours right now. I'm gonna take probably 3 to 5 minutes. I gotta brew some hot water for my tea. Not as fast as getting my coffee. My coffee, I have a I have a Keurig. I use the reusable cups on them. Just so you guys know, I do have the reusable cups. But I do have a Keurig, so making coffee is pretty quick. But brewing hot water takes a little bit more time. But we're gonna go on break here. When we come back, we're gonna get that blood flowing again. So, while I'm away, get your friends, get your family, bring them in. Let them know Captain Coder's about to get some more like little physical blood flowing activity. So be prepared for that, and we shall return. All right, everybody. We are back. Marcos, just in time. Just in time, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you in the crew. I just took a quick break. We've been coding for about 3 hours today. Coding's a strong word for it. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. We've made some progress. Made some really, really good progress. But we've been going for the last 90 minutes here. Just took a quick break to brew myself some tea. I got some tea steeping. I boiled myself some water. Got some tea steeping. And now we're going to get some stretches in. So as you guys know, I'm a big believer in loving yourself, loving your body. And when you're sitting at a computer all day, hunched over, you're doing damage to your body. You got to get up. You got to move around. You got to get that blood flowing. So everybody up with me real quick. I know you're new, Marcos. But come on, you gotta trust me. Do you trust the captain? It's okay, you can watch if you just want to this time. But you in the back, you back there, I see you. You've been here all day, sitting in that seat. Get up. We gotta get you some moving. All right, so everybody up. We're gonna do some nice stretches. Do some good stretches, take care of our body here. Okay, so everyone, you're gonna reach up as high as you can, stretch out, get up on those tippy toes, and stretch your body. Stretch as much as you can. Keep that balance. Oh yeah. Engage that core so you don't fall over. If you need to take a wider stance, that's okay too. We're gonna hold this for another 10 seconds here. Oh yeah. Get that blood back into the rest of your body. All right. We're gonna take a deep breath, and as you exhale, you're gonna roll down, hinge yourself at the hips. Deep breath. Slowly exhale. Then you're gonna hang at the hips. If you can't touch your toes, that's okay. Captain can't touch his toes either. I can't touch them, and that's okay. But you're just gonna hinge. Oh, really focus on hinging at the waist there. Keep those legs as straight as you can keep them. It's okay if they're a little bent. And just hang. We're gonna hang for another 10-ish seconds here. Oh. Should feel good. Feels good. Oh, I can almost touch my toes again. This has been great. All right, we're gonna inhale slowly for 4 seconds and bring yourselves back up. Inhale. Roll those shoulders up, back, and down. Exhale. All right, we're gonna do a little bit of a rotation twist here. So we're gonna get rotating back and forth. Nice and gentle. You don't want to do this too fast. If you do it too fast, you might pull something. You could hurt yourself, but just nice and fast. No, not nice and slow. Not nice and fast. Nice and slow. Just back and forth. Back and forth. Get that nice rotation stretch in there. Oh, yeah. I wish I knew the names of the muscles. I have a stretch book. I have a book on stretching. I should learn all the names of the muscles, then I could sound really, really smart. All right. We're going to go ahead and raise those hands up and bring it back to the side. You should get a slightly different stretch here on your sides. It should feel really good. If it's hurting, don't stretch so far. The idea here is just to get that blood flowing, make yourself feel nice and good. You should love yourself, love your body. And if you love yourself and love your body, that means that you should take care of your body. If you're sitting there all day, you're not taking care of it. All right, so now we're going to do a cross it. So we're going to stretch up, and then you're going to bring it down. And you're going to stretch up and bring it down to the other side. So we're making a nice little X here. So up, down, and over. Nice and slow. Get that stretch in as you go across like this. Oh. Get your blood moving, because if you're like me, you've been just sitting in front of the computer all morning, and your body, it's getting some RSI, the repeated stress injuries. Yeah, just like that. Oh yeah. I hope that felt good. Thank you, everybody, for joining me in those stretches. Thank you for spending time with me this beautiful day, this beautiful morning, and for helping me out here. For stretching with me, 50 points to all of you. Royal CW Gaming says, I'm going to start working on my game. Was flying, but now taking a break. Awesome. Good luck, my friend. Good luck with it. Ooh, it feels good. And you know what? Another nice little benefit of that stretch we had? My tea is now steeped and delicious. I have some delicious Earl Grey tea. No sweetener, a little hint of lemon, just a little lemon slice squeezed into that. It's delicious. I love it. I love it. But we're gonna hop back into our coding. So what are we gonna try and accomplish next? We've been toying around with stuff all day. So we gotta get these encoders for our wall. All right, so, oh no. We were gonna, I don't know what I wanna do at this point. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't quite do this anyway. All right, so I've changed my plan a little bit. All right, so we have this wall. I call it Roman wall. We have this wall, and it has these end bits. So what I want to do is I want to detect if the end bits are overlapping. Oh, me too. Royal CW says I'm really bad at making models and textures. Me too. This is why I use AI to generate all of the stuff that I do. Or I have someone else make them for me. Sometimes I just ask someone, hey, can you get that? Would you be interested in doing something? I can commission you to do it. So we're gonna take these and we're gonna have these little bits here at the end. We need to check if it's overlapping with another bit. So I'm curious if I can do that in my mesh collider in the editor. So I'm curious, check Unity, check collision in editor. Can I check collision? This is from 2011. I don't want to read that one. It could physics debug is how to detect and trigger and non-trigger collisions in script, checking the type. I'm really want to know. Well, let's take the solution I'm considering is using physics overlap sphere. RoCW Gaming asks, what do I use? I typically use, so I have Dolly to generate some stuff. I've used Dolly, and I happen to have access to Leonardo AI, which does some pretty good stuff. It doesn't generate 3D textures. It doesn't generate 3D meshes. And then there's polycam.material. This for generating textures for 3D objects. This has worked really well. So all of these, so for example, this texture was generated by typing in like stone brick. In my marble game, all of the textures were generated using polycam. And then for some like sprites and stuff, I often will use Dolly or Leonardo AI. Very good stuff. Arid. Let me know if I pronounced it wrong. Arid or Eride Hansen. Arid Hansen. Oh, is it Arid Hansen? Anyway, happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. For anyone who doesn't know, I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science teacher. That is my profession. I teach the school I work at for ages 10 to 14, but I teach programming, computer science, and I'm currently learning Unity to help, teach my students Unity stuff. But welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday to you. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. If you would like to try and backseat code with me, you're welcome to do so. That's how I learn and grow and get better. I do not have all the answers. I do not have them all, but welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. All right, so what am I doing? I'm trying to, I would like to detect, Unity. Check for collision in editor. Collision detection in editor. This is sort of what I want. I don't like how old this is. This one's a little newer. Think about two possible solutions. The first one is use physics that overlap sphere. I report example in the documentation. Basically with this method, you can check for number of players that occupy the given area. The area itself is determined by a center radius. Physics.overlap sphere. Let's see if we can get that to tell us if we're overlapping with anything. We're gonna play around with this. So we got these end bits. I'm gonna add a script to our end bits here. Yeah, so we're gonna add a script to our end bits. So I'm gonna create, it's kind of part of our editor, but it's part of our walls, also in our scripts. Grid, I'm gonna create a new folder. We're getting a couple different things here, wall. All right, I'm gonna call these wall bits. It's a terrible name, but we're gonna create a wall, wall ends. Royal CW asks again, what do you use for models and textures? Let me delete this script real quick. Good question. Good question. Give me just a second here. I'll show you once more. Well, this is building. We have for models, I don't have anything that generates 3D models. I know there are some paid tools. I haven't tried any of them, but for textures, I use Polycam. So Polycam can generate textures you put on stuff. So for example, this wall texture was generated using the Polycam material generator. I'll post a link to that. I absolutely love this. All of the textures for the Crazy Marble game were also generated this way. And then we got Ronders MSFT. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. I hope you're having a good time. Thank you for choosing to follow. I absolutely love it. We're getting a lot of follows today. It's making me, I'm enjoying it. I'm happy we're getting lots of follows. I'm a little worried that we've got some kind of follow bot sending them every 5 minutes. But I hope that's not the case. But welcome aboard. I'm a computer science teacher. You're welcome to ask questions, participate. If you want to know why I'm doing something, feel free to ask. If you want to ask something unrelated, that's also okay. But welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. All right, so we're gonna add in a wall end detector. All right, so I'm gonna create a script here. Wall tile end detector. It's gonna the goal here is this is gonna detect whether or not the end piece should essentially remove itself. So it looks like we might be able to do this. Physics.overlap sphere. Physics, unity, physics, overlap sphere. And my question would be, do I have an overlap cube? Overlap sphere computes and stores colliders touching or inside the sphere. Okay, interesting. Is there... So we can use our own position. And the idea is we should be able to detect, okay, so I think we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this. I don't know if this will work in editor scripts. AOR says, do you think people should be taught computer science in high school? That's a good question. I think students should have the option. At the very, very least, students should have an option, and I hope all schools are able to provide a computer science teacher for that age group. I started programming when I was 7, so I was like really, really young, and I happened to have, you know, my uncle was a programmer, so I was able to do some resources and get some books and stuff from him. But for the most part, I learned from reading books and using Popular Mechanics for Kids had, you know, basic, you know, the programming basic programs you could take out of there and just like copy into my Apple II. I had an Apple II. You can put them in. And so that just fascinated me. I don't think programming is for everyone. I don't necessarily think computer science is for everyone either. So I don't know that I think it should be a required class, but I think having the option, if possible, all schools should do their best to provide an option for students to learn computer science. I absolutely think that's true. As a grade school teacher, I teach ages 10 to 14 at my school, and before that I worked at a K through 12 school and taught computer science for like ages 7 through 17, I suppose, maybe 18 at that point as well. But I think it's a fabulous thing to have in schools. It's really hard to get computer science teachers. That's what I will say, though. Getting good qualified computer science teachers is a challenge because typically with a computer science degree, you can get a much higher paying job than you can as a teacher. So I will say when I was doing software engineering, I was making a lot more money than I do as a teacher. But I love my job. Let me not say that I I absolutely love. I've always wanted to be a teacher, and so finding the type of people like me that specifically want to be a teacher, are good at teaching, and also have a pretty large computer science background is rare. Let me say that I've only met one other person that more exists. I've only met one other person like me that wants to teach young children computer science. Most people who I know who are educators are, university level educators. Or like running boot camps, that sort of stuff. They want to work with adults, not with children. And so it's hard to find someone that wants to work with children that has the programming background, the computer science knowledge to do it well. Good question, AOR. My wall end detector. All right, so my wall end detector needs a public void detect other ends. All right, so the idea here is this thing should be able to do physics.overlap box. Royal CWs, what mesh do I use? Are you trying, so Royal CW Gaming, I'm not entirely sure what you're doing. My guess is you're trying to build, if you're building a scene, I wholly recommend Pro Builder. I've loved using Pro Builder. NR says, yeah, I am taking computer science in community college and probably when I go to university. I think it's an incredibly good skill to have access to. All right, so we're gonna do transform. So our overlap box, I didn't mean to comment that out, is gonna take in, let's go look at the documentation for it. These are the different ones we can do. Half extent, query trigger. Gonna give back us all the colliders we interact with here. All right, so I think this is what I want, center and then extent. And so our extent doesn't have to be long because it should be occupying the exact same space as us. So our wall detector, we're gonna use our transform dot position, so where we are, and then we'll do a new vector 3, very, very small box here. Because I know this thing, my box is gonna extend in one in each direction. So we're gonna do, I can actually do vector 3.1 times 0.1 f. It's gonna create a very, very small box. And this should return an array of colliders. So collider, array, collisions, colliders. And so I'm curious, it's probably gonna detect itself and then others. So I'm gonna do a debug.log, actually for each collider, C in colliders. We'll start with debug.log detected colliders.length colliders. So we found this many colliders. And then we're gonna loop through each one and we're gonna print out the object. Attached collider attached to c.gameObject.name. So we're gonna get the name of each one that we're colliding with. So this is the idea here. We're gonna go through, yeah, when we build this up, so in our grid builder, when we lay one of these down, we're gonna see whether or not we collide with something. So build walls. We instantiate the wall. And then we're gonna get all of our ends. All right, so we add that in. obj.get components in children. We're gonna get all of our wall tile end detectors. All right, so this is gonna give us get components in children. So we're gonna go find all of our children components inside that have this. Wall tile end detector ends. All right, so it's gonna be an array of all of our ends. And for now, I just want to go through and say call the detection on them. In ends. This is getting long. So I definitely need to refactor this. This is getting, I think, hard to read and understand. But for now, I want to do end dot detect other ends just to get our output messages to see if this is going to work in editor mode. Because I don't know if we can use physics outside of if we have to be in play mode to access that. I don't know. To test it out, I'm going to build a much smaller grid. All right. Build a much smaller grid so we can actually, we're going to get so much extra. We're going to build a box. I'm going to build the box here. We're going to add in our grid cell database. Add the scene. That was interesting. Oh, I haven't added any of those to our wall yet, actually. So let me copy this because I'm gonna need it again. Our wall, each of these bits needs to have the end detector, wall tile end detector attached to it. Bit, wall tile end detector. So now we have those on there. When we build it now, 0 detected. Hang on. Delete, clear. They all detect 0. Which is disappointing. Which is really disappointing. Let me look here. We do have a mesh collider. Do they have to be convex to detect each other? Or am I doing something wrong with the way it's colliding? So we have there's questions we need to have answered that I'm not sure I know how to do. So I'm gonna do another little test here. We're gonna say public void start. When we start up, we're gonna do detect other ends. All right. So I'm gonna run this scene, and we should for sure start detecting other ends. If it only works at play mode, in run mode. All right. So we should absolutely detect stuff, and we're gonna see here. No, we still don't detect anything. So that tells me that there's actually something wrong with how I'm attempting to detect colliders. So let us debug draw line. All right. Destone, welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Captain Coders. Josh Kinneard as well. Thank you for the follow. We might have to, I hope you're real. Please let me know you're real and we're not getting, bombarded with bot follows. Destone, thank you so much for saying hello, my friend. Happy to be here. I've been getting a lot of follows today. From people who are lurking, and it's okay to lurk. I'm totally fine if you're lurking. I'm getting nervous. It makes me nervous because I don't want, I don't want the fakers. We want real folks here. Any mortal extends to suffering from success. And I know it makes me so nervous when I get so many follows. I don't know why. Maybe I should just accept it. I should accept. Royal CW Game says I'm real. Royal CW Game, I'm glad real. Destone, Josh, thank you so much for being here today. Happy Saturday. Andreas also following us. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. Emma Lemire, I'm real but listening to you. I'm happy that you're listening to me. We are welcome to Captain Coders Academy. We're so happy to have you here. we just so everyone knows, anyone who's new here, I'm Captain Coder. I'm a computer science teacher, computer science programmer. Computer science program, computer science teacher, programming teacher. I'm here to answer your questions. If you have questions, let me know. I'm in the process of learning Unity. We're trying to build a procedural dungeon generation. Right now, I'm trying to detect when these corners overlap. So we have these corners. I want to detect when the corners overlap so that way I can delete them and have only one in the corner like that. And then we're going to merge these all together in one big mesh. Andrea says, really fun to watch you work as I work on my motion design. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I have a lot of fun streaming. Josh says, definition of lurking being, I put Twitch on random TV in the house, almost like kind of a painting. I'm glad, Captain Coder, this pleases Captain Coder. I'm glad you've chosen to make me a portrait in your home. Nothing pleases me more than being a fixture in your home upon the wall. Yeah, so thank you for choosing Captain Coder Academy. Feel free to ask any questions. I can't promise I'll always have an answer, but I'll do my best. And backseat coding is welcome. Again, I don't promise to accept your answers. All right, but I'm trying to get this overlap box to work here. Overlap box. Find all colliders touching or inside of the given box. Shouldn't this... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Unity Coder. I think it might need to be like slightly bigger to find it. So I'm gonna try 1.5 here to make it actually collide. And then we'll just say, oh, if it's another wall end detector. That's what I'm gonna go for at this point. We're gonna see here. It's just interesting here. Unity Coder says, yeah. So that's what I'm checking on here. Destone says, I'm learning you need to do a procedural generated color. Like, your stream was obviously an interesting one. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. It's exactly what I'm trying to do. So I'm putting the tooling together. How much have I, let me see if I can show you what I'm working on, right? You know, what I have so far. Let's hit run, see if these detect each other now. AOR says, in the future I want to teach people computer science. That's awesome. All right, so now it's detecting these, but it's detecting 4 colliders, wall, bit 1, bit 1, bit 1. Okay, cool. So it is now, okay, so it has to be big enough to detect it. So it's the collider, that makes sense, because our mesh is actually just on the outside. So if we're on the inside, it wasn't actually checking the collision. So I had to make it a little bit bigger than 1. What if I do it at 1? We'll do 1.1. All right, so now it's going to detect those things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if you detect other end colliders. Okay, the other thing we want to do is see if it worked in the editor. So we know it works in run. Let's see if it works in the editor. All right, so for anyone just tuning in, we're in the process of, I'm making a 2D dungeon generator. The 2D is not the right word. A game that is based in 2D. Why can't my zoom's being crazy. It's 2D dungeon maps rendered in 3 dimensions for a grid-based dungeon crawler. And so I've built this grid editor here. We can specify rounders. Ooh, so nice to hear from you. Welcome aboard, my friend. So I can take this and I can add it to my scene, and it's going to generate whatever this shape is. So I've defined in ASCII how I want my world to look, or how I want a room to look. Okay, and it looks, let's see, it looks like these do detect now at runtime, which is beautiful, Okay, so that's what I want to do. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, if you're colliding with something else that's already there, just delete the things that aren't you. All right, or yeah. So delete the things that aren't you, or delete yourself. One of those 2 things is what we'll do. And ideally, so I'm trying to reduce. So what's the problem I'm trying to solve here? Let's see. Notice we get these overlapping clipping things happen when our meshes collide. When meshes collide. All right, so what my solution kind of is you get rid of all of them, except, so my wall's broken out into a chunk like this, and this middle piece here is here. Yes, Mooniz, delete yourself. delete yourself. That is a Captain Quoter quote for sure. So we're gonna go delete ourselves here. So we're gonna say if we have so colliders, we want to see if c dot get component. So if this thing happens to also be a wall tile end detector. So we only want to do this stuff if we have another wall tile end detector. We need to have like a list of quotes. Yeah. Art says, delete the things that you aren't. Intolerance. Reducto ad absurdum. Exactly, Art. You get it. You get it. The other day, people were upset that I was saying that we got to destroy children, but they were taking me out of context. We're destroying the children objects. We're not destroying children, just the children objects. In unity, in unity, we must destroy the children. In unity, we will destroy the children. Is that better? If I say it there, is it more clarifying? In unity, we destroy children. Real CW Gaming quote of the day. Aquated, if you will. All right, so wall tile end detector other. All right, so we're gonna say wall tile end detector. So essentially we want like Highlander, right? We're going for the Highlander version here. We've got pet alligator. Pet alligator and Lormiz Dev. Happy Saturday, my friends. Welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. So happy to have you here. I hope I didn't frighten you with destroying the children in Unity. Although that kind of sounds like Pet Alligator's a cute name. Yeah, I think that's a great name. And Lormiz Dev, let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome aboard. Let's say if other is not equal to this. All right, so if other is not equal to this, we're gonna destroy immediate. Captain Wuza says, Captain, what I understand is you are doing like a Venn diagram where you want to delete what is at the intersection, but how do you decide if the left part should be deleted or the right part? Whichever one comes next. So basically the way I'm gonna do it is like this. I'm gonna say if the other thing is not you, destroy the other thing. All right, so that is sort of my plan here. So we can check this out. We're gonna say if there's another thing. So if you find something that's not you, destroy the heathen. Heathen? How do I spell heathen? It's heathen. Destroy the heathen. I think heathen's with an A. Look, I'm not a wordologist. I'm not a wordologist with an A. The heathen. Smartman7, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you being here. Lormiz says, Mooniz, ain't my name cute though? Lormiz Dev, we love your name. We love it. Art says, the YouTuber Dave at Dave's Garage once told a story of how they had to start scrubbing their Windows code before review as it contained numerous references to killing children. Feels like this naming convention was a ticking time bomb from the get-go. Yeah. I can't quite, there might be a better name than parent-child relationship, but there are worse. There are certainly worse relations than parent-child relations. But yeah, it's a little bit disturbing when a parent chooses to destroy their child, but if in unity, destroying the child can be okay sometime. But we're gonna destroy the heathen. So if the other is not us, we destroy it, but only if it is a, we wanna say, there's one more thing here. We're gonna do other is not equal to null and, all right. So specifically, if we have a wall tile end detector, that's the other thing. All right, let's give it a shot. I have, Captain says, can you add the text to speech Moonness has? Probably. I think that's is that a Stream Elements thing, Moonness? I probably can. The question is, am I smart enough? So am I smart enough to, it's an OBS Studio plugin. Okay, so there's a plugin I can do. Mooniz, my main account is actually named Lormiz, but I created this because I was thinking of starting streaming sometime in the near future. Awesome. Lormiz Dev is thinking about streaming in the future. I've been loving streaming, by the way. All right. I've been loving, let's see, all right. I got to set my database here first. Grid cell database, add to scene. Look, it worked. We have no, all of the wall pieces are gone. This did not work. This did not work, but that's okay. That's okay. I know why. I think I know why. Does anyone see the bug? Does anyone see the bug? I see the bug. Oh, do I see the bug? I don't know if I see the bug. I think I know a solution to this though. All right, so now we've removed all intersections. All intersections have been removed. So let's squish it over to the side so you can see the outcome. We've deleted all intersections. So we've destroyed all the heathens and then some. All right, so we want one little slot there. We need one of them to be left over. So we are only destroying the wall tile end detectors at this point. But we end up destroying ourselves. Does anyone know what might be happening here? I have some ideas. Wooza, all right, Lorman Zev, streaming is great. Helps me to focus what I'm supposed to do. Norman says, Mooniz, yeah, it's that. That's what I'm thinking as well. I need some discipline, and I feel like streaming would help with that. That's so interesting that people say that. I feel like I get a lot less done on stream, but I have so much more fun doing it. I feel like I learn a lot on stream, though. I will say I learn a ton on stream because people give me a lot of feedback. I get like instant feedback, and that's really cool. And Immortal says, wait, is it starting in parallel since each tile end detector is a mono behavior, so each wall tile evaluates at the same time-ish? I don't think that's the issue because we instantiate them one at a time. We instantiate them one at a time, and then for each wall end detector, we call detect others. So they should only be happening one at a time. This should only happen one at a time. But maybe to make it a little bit easier to figure out, I could make a smaller map here. Smaller map like this. So in this time, we only ended up with that one corner. This one worked out. This one, we have two. So now I'm actually very, very boozled on this one. I don't quite, maybe it is. We'll get rid of this. I'm a little bit boozled by this. That's fascinating. This is kind of fascinating. The Noob Center, that's, I think, the Noob Center, I think that's Tawny does stuff. Long stream today. Yes, Saturdays I usually go 4 or 5 hours. It depends on how I'm feeling. So I'm doing my best. But yeah, it seems that this is not working at all the way I was expecting it to. Royal C-Dub Gaming, have a beautiful day, my friend, as always. As always, keep coding, keep growing, keep building up those skills, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Happy to have you in the crew. Looking forward to seeing you again soon. What's interesting? I was gonna do this. Destroy the other game object. Today is Saturday. It is Saturday, Noob Center. Laura says I should probably just not look at the view counter. Yeah, don't look at the view counter. Don't look at the view counter. So here's how I got into streaming. I've only been streaming since like really at the end of November. I'm teaching a class this term called Intro to Competitive Programming. Teaching a class called Intro to Competitive Programming, and uploading my videos was really, really annoying to do. And so I said, you know what? I'm just going to live stream, and then it'll automatically upload to YouTube for me. It'll automatically upload to YouTube for me. And then I don't have to worry about uploading it later. And it, you know, forces me not to edit it. So that is the main thing I got into, how I got into streaming. And then I just had a ton of fun doing it. And so I just stuck around. But yeah, I was talking to my, you know, quote unquote, talking to my students, is what I was doing. So what I don't understand is why this little corner, so this is working now. No, it's not. It's not. This is, oh, when I run, let's see what happens when I run. Roy Koo says I added a video. So it does delete them now. So something weird, something very strange is happening here that I don't quite understand. I thought I knew what the bug was, but I don't. I don't know what the bug is. I do not understand this bug. I act as if, Johnny says, I act as if I have zero and say very horrendous things. Well, that's a good way to keep your viewers at zero too. Unless, I mean, you might attract a very specific kind of viewer if you do that. Raiku, we'll check it out in a minute. I'm trying to get here. My brain is a little bit frazzled. I'd love to check it out. But for anyone who doesn't know, anyone who wants to check it out while we wait, be sure to join the Discord. You know, if you'd like to, you don't have to join the Discord. I don't want to force anyone to join the Discord, but we have a nice little Discord community going. It's not super active, but it's active enough that I can actually keep up with it, and I love that. But we got a self-promotion. Look at this beautiful game Roiku's making. I'm looking forward to checking out this video. But yeah, it's entertaining here. We got lots of stuff to do. I love when people ask me questions. I wish more people would ask me questions. Part of me wants to do a stream. I'm really thinking that I eventually want to do a stream just called like office hours. Not every day, but like once a week I'll do something called office hours where I take questions people have asked me and then go through solutions that I've come up with, or maybe even have guests on the show that we talk and code through it. I think that would be super fun. Moon says there are two types of streamers. Either you're super good at something like professional esports, or the other type is the entertainer. There's no other type of streamer. Kind of interesting. Apparently I'm entertaining. I wasn't my goal initially wasn't necessarily to be entertaining. I'm trying to be, edutainment might be a good word for what I'm going for. Although I feel like the edu part doesn't always come across all that well. No other types, that's gotcha. Moon is, no other types get lots of viewers. Dremel says the third type is the non-streamer. Got it. Andrea says, yes, you are. I think you're saying that I'm entertaining. I'm glad you find it that way. You know, I'm glad you find it entertaining. Mr. Natural says, looking good. That's another thing. If I don't fall into the category of you got some attractive streamers is the other one. You get a lot of those, just straight up, purely attractive streamers. They don't talk. They just sit there in front of the camera. Those are always an interesting one to check out. I'm always slightly fascinated by that. Wusa says, Captain, what language you use when you teach competitive programming? My competitive programming class is language agnostic. The students can program it in any language that they would like. Instead, we have generic programming puzzles that they have to solve. So they get inputs and outputs. I hope that answered your question, Wuza. The non-streamer, Royka says, the non-streamer can also be a streamer who's like, oh, I'll stream tomorrow. No, now is not a good time. XD, the four types of the coding. Clearly, we're the list of types of streamers has grown. Our enum, our enumerated types, getting large. Mr. Nash says, join my hot tub time stream. Hot tub time machine stream. Hot tub stream, exactly. Sometimes it's difficult to find the right time, and that's probably when you just need. So I'm very lucky that I'd be up programming around this time anyway. I've been doing waking up and coding almost, last 10 years or so around this time, no matter what. It just so happens that adding a stream to that routine is pretty easy to do. Pretty easy to do. Tiny says, once I get like 10K views on a YouTube video, even though it sounds relatively small, it is such an enormous number of people, enough to take over a small town. Musa says, what language are your students using in competitive programming? I have a lot of my students know C#, so several of them are using C#. I have 2 that are using C++. I have two using Python, and then I have 1 using JavaScript, like Node.js. So it's a range of languages in that class, but all the problems are agnostic. Mr. Nash says, if I ever stream on Twitch again, it'll be an art stream. It'll be an art stream. Nice. Muniz says, Lormiz, if you want to start stream development, hit me up. Give me some pointers if you want. Yeah, definitely. Muniz, I love Muniz's stream. Mortal says, oh my God, Tani, I broke 100 views and was like, I made it. Can't even imagine over 10K on a video yet. I think, yeah. So what's blowing my mind on my current YouTube channel is the amount, not necessarily the number of views I'm getting. So over on my archive, it's not the number of views I'm getting. It's the number of the amount of watch time I'm getting on these streams that has blown my mind. It's the main reason I'm not an affiliate, is the amount of watch time. So even though I only have 323 views on this video, there's a lot of watch time. I'm getting, so this year I've had, a couple thousand. I'm almost at 3,000 hours of watch time since the beginning of January this year. It's like, that is really cool. So people are actually watching these, which tells me people are learning stuff, and that excites me. It's not actually the number of views for me, like the watch time is massive. So I really, really like it. And Immortal said, that's me. I leave your streams on playlists. Yeah, so it's a ton of watch time, and I think that is super cool. And so just so you guys know, if you want to go, I have that archive so that people can go back and rewatch and learn stuff. I think watching the process of programming can be super helpful. And apparently it's pretty fun to watch. People have told me they like, it's like a little podcast going on in the background for them. This is another reason I kind of want to co-host. I would love to find a little bit of a co-host or someone to join me on stream and like chit chat with while we're coding, maybe do some pair programming stuff. I think that'd be super cool. I have some ideas for what I want to do this summer to actually grow like a Captain Coders Academy stream where we have different things streaming throughout the day, not just me programming in the morning doing Unity stuff. I think that'd be really, really cool. Edson, let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Muniz, co-host, you say, I have some ideas of who might be good at that. Who, Muniz? Art? I think Art would be good at it. What suggestion would you have, Muniz? Sorry. Oh, Rave would be good too, because we could do a little bit of like 3D rendering stuff. I think that would be really, really fun. Emma Limmer. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Emma Limmer. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. No, Muniz, I think it would be really, really interesting to do like a, I think I'd call it a webcast. So like we have podcast, a webcast would be interesting to do. I kind of want to do a webcast called like Captain Coder Learns, where I get people to come in and teach me things. I'd love to do that. So like if Art's listening, I'd love Art to come in, and I'd love to have Art on sometime this summer or something in a webcast where Art teaches me how to make, an engine in C++. I'm not a great C++ programmer, but I'd love you to teach me some stuff, like have a little bit of webcast where you teach me some stuff about C++, what you're doing, how you got your rendering engine to work. I think that'd be awesome. I'd love to have Muniz come in and teach me, how he did his platformer, all kinds of stuff. Amal Meyer, good. I'm gonna forget that, but I'm gonna try to remember. Amal Meyer, thank you so much for correcting me. I love it. But I think that'd be a really fun webcast to do and have some like rewatchable value, and also help with the help with the you know, chat management. For me, it's so hard to get much done with the chat sometimes, and I love chatting, and hard joining, I just get distracted. I get distracted. Dramulks can come and teach me all about scope creep. Yes, we'll have the, well, you know, Dramulks teaches Captain Coder about scope creep. Not just scope creeping, but the art of scope creep. How to do it in a beautiful way. How to do scope creep beautifully. I love it. Captain Coder gets schooled. I like that. Captain Coder gets schooled in and then insert info. That would be hilarious. All right, so this is fascinating. All right, so I'm gonna come back here for a moment. I'm so fascinated here about the detecting other ends. Smab says, Captain Coder is a master of scope creep. He invented the scope avalanche. That's true. That's true. I have a patent on the scope avalanche. Often referred to as volcanic programming. That's where ideas spew forth and solidify over the other ideas, so you can never actually get down to it. As it hardens, you can't get down into it. Art says, could be interesting. Not sure I could teach you much about C++, but I could talk about how I built my weird homebrew render. That's exactly the type of stuff I would be interested in, though. Is like, let's look at this thing together. Teach me about how you did it. And Immortal says, you need the Adam C. Eunice focus time hack where you hide chat for 5 minutes while you figure out a thing. I have done that. But I'm not good. I've said, all right, everybody, I need a focus here. And then, of course, I immediately go back to looking at the chat. This is fascinating that it's destroying. So none of them are going to be destroying themselves. So, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a priority. The one with the lower priority will just get destroyed. Let's try this. So we're going to have a private static int next ID. So it's going to be our next ID. It's going to start at 0. So the oldest one wins. The oldest. So every wall tile end detector gets its own ID. Yeah. So then we're going to have the following. We'll have a private int ID. So this is our ID. So this is a maybe ID. We need to be able to set it to something to start out. And then we have a private not integrated system. We need a private integrated subsystem. No. Int ID. This is the actual ID. And we go to get this. When we go to get this, this is going to be if ID is null. So if we have no ID, ID is going to be equal to the next ID, and then next ID will increase by 1, and then we return ID.value. Okay, so if we have no ID, we get the next ID. This will ensure that every wall tile end detector has a unique ID. No two should ever have the same ID. All right. So we've created this ID counter. So next ID starts at 0. Every time we get a new ID, it increments by 1, and we set it to the previous, so it gets this ID. So this is the next ID, our current ID. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, if we happen to be not null. All right, so in fact, I like this a little bit better. We're gonna say if other is null, continue. Just skip, go to the next thing. Otherwise, we know that we are both end detectors. And we're gonna select the one that has the lower ID. So whichever one came first is the Highlander. It's the one, there can only be one. So whichever one came first becomes the winner. So we're gonna say if, we Muna says, you will probably hate me for the tips I give you. The reason very many people have ADHD syndrome and a short attention span is because of the instant gratification like Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, etc. Oh, I missed some stuff there. Tony said, I think I have ADHD, but mental diversity illness is not treated the serious in India, so I won't get diagnosed properly. Gotcha. So you feel as though you have ADHD, and that's fair. And it caused you to have trouble with your workflow. Yeah, I don't know if, I don't think I have that. I think I'm very lucky to not have that. My brain, for whatever reason, I'm pretty good at context switching. I wouldn't say I'm good at multitasking, but I'm pretty good at context switching. So I'm pretty good at remembering what I was doing when I go back to it. Yeah. Let's see here. So for null, we do nothing. Otherwise, we're going to pick one of the wall detector. Wall, tile, and detector. We need to mark it to be destroyed. That's interesting. So we actually only are destroying the others. I'm not going to be able to destroy it here. All right, so we need to keep a list here. List of wall, tile, or game objects to destroy. All right. So we need to keep a list of the things to destroy, and then outside of this loop, we end up destroying all of them. Wall tile and detector to destroy. It's going to be equal to whichever one has the smallest. So if other.id is less than this.id, so we can just do regular ID, then we're going to destroy other. Otherwise, we destroy this. Okay. To destroy. Unnecessary assignment of value to destroy. A local parameter named to destroy cannot be, because we have a list here. Loser. We're gonna call this loser because I don't have a better name. To destroy dot add loser. So we loop through all of our colliders here. A loser dot game object. And then at the end here, we're going to say for each game object go in to destroy immediate go. We're going to see if this works. So we should never just be like, oh, we're going to try something. It's always based on your ID at this point. Okay. And the IDs will always be unique and ordered. So that way we can distinguish between whichever one came first. So we're going to give this a shot now, see how we do. Sorry I'm missing the chat there. Muniz and Tani, it sounds like you're having a great conversation. So I apologize that I'm missing it. So I apologize that I'm missing it, but I hope it's going well there. But yeah, I ended up being in a focused mode. Here. But I think, let's see. Still, and this is fascinating to me. If it's null or other equals this. All right, so we shouldn't destroy ourselves. All right, let's try one more time. Let's check it out here. What? This is fascinating. I don't understand. Grim's Shadow. Hello, my friend. Grim Shadow says, hello, everyone. Happy Saturday, Grim Shadow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. If you're not aware of it, if you didn't know, Captain Coder is a computer science teacher. I work at a school for ages 10 to 14, but I also do group classes and one-on-one tutoring for a variety of age groups and a variety of topics. So if you have any questions, computer science, programming related, or otherwise, feel free to ask. Feel free to ask. I'm happy to entertain questions, and I also enjoy backseat coding. Dramok says, "Can you go back in time, Captain, and teach at my school? I wish. Let me just finish that time machine. Let me just finish that time machine so I can go back in time and teach computer science." I wish. I wish I had a time machine. That'd be pretty cool. Grim Shadow says, "I do have a question dealing with coding." Yeah, ask away. Ask away. Just know that links, you can't post links in my Stream Elements. Sometimes you can post links, but my Stream Elements gets upset on links often. So feel free to ask. If you need to post a link or if your question is somewhat complex, feel free to join the Discord to ask. If you'd like, you don't have to join the Discord, but if it's a complex question, it might make sense to do in the Ask for Help forum. But definitely, don't hesitate to ask. Tony says, "Stream Elements has a personal agenda against me. I know it. I knows it." Here we go. I don't understand why, if the other ID is less than this ID, we want to destroy the other. We're destroying everything now, and I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out plus dot plus. Add to scene. Still losing that corner piece. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. This one works. That one works now. This one works. This one does not work. That's so fascinating. Grimshaw says, "I was looking into a way to lock a door for a text-based game. I'm having trouble figuring out how to do something like that." Okay. So you're trying to implement a door lock. Tawny Dust Ups Fragments, tons of bulls. No, we're gonna avoid tons of bulls. Tons of booleans. We gotta be careful about that. I think a single boolean for like is locked should work. If I finish this, all right. Grim Shadow. What I'm gonna recommend you do. Post a question on my Ask for Help. If you can, if you have access to the Discord, post a question on my Ask for Help. I like to go through, and when I get questions here, I will often implement something. Dramok says a simple enum locked or unlocked would work well too. That would be true. That would be true. Locked, unlocked. Is locked is, I'd use a boolean called is locked by default if there's only two states, but an enum locked and is locked should work as well. But if you have I'd be happy to maybe write an example off stream for you, or if I happen to finish this, maybe we could add an example there. This is blowing my mind. Yeah, it depends on the complexity, right? It depends on how complex, what level of engineering you need. Eric says, "I love learning how to program, trying to finish my book on C#. Nice. AOR, what book are you using? This is so weird to me that I just don't understand why is this corner piece getting destroyed by each other? You should only ever have... Can I do even simpler? Can I do just this? We gotta go simpler. We can do just that. And it doesn't... Okay, so we can do just this. Destroy the heathen. Gets triggered once. Oh, no, it didn't. Generated grid, add to scene. For each collider C in colliders. Grim Shadows says, "I was looking to find a key and then use that key to unlock a door later on. So having the key in an imp turn, using it to unlock the door." Ah, this is excellent. I did this in my Crazy Marble game. So what you're trying to do, I did in my Crazy Marble game. There's a link to it here. And we streamed this, so we could go look. So I'm gonna show you my Crazy Marble game real quick. I messed with my controls, so my inversions are probably all messed up here. I think this is the way I like it. In this one, we added keys to this game. So let's see if we can look at what that looks like real quick. And we did this live on stream, and so I can share the source code with you so you can get an idea of how it works. Let me make sure my camera seems to rotate the way I want it to. All right, let's see. So these doors here, I need to go get a key to unlock these doors. All right, let me try again. Just to show you it in action. All right, oh my goodness, I'm out of practice. This game is hard, by the way. It's way too hard. So I'm never gonna be able to get the key. All right, all right, one more time. I'm gonna get it this time, I promise. All right. Here we go. All right. Just gotta get that groove back. Gotta relearn this game. Okay. So there's a key floating back over there. You see that green key? That opens the green door for us. All right. So I come up here. Try not to get squashed. I get the key and I fall off the edge. Let's see if we can go get the key just so we can demonstrate it working this way. All right, so I'm gonna keep going here. Let's get the key. Let's roll back. Don't get squashed. Let's see if I can get back to our entrance here. Here we go. I'm gonna wait for the next one just because I don't wanna go too fast. All right, so I have the key in my inventory. There's nothing on the screen indicating that I have it. If I die, I lose it. Oh my goodness. Let's try one more time. We gotta get up here. I'm gonna go get it. But yeah, this was the last project we did. Oh my goodness. Okay. You guys gotta believe in me. You guys aren't believing hard enough. You're not believing me hard enough. You're not believing in Captain hard enough. And this is why I'm failing here. If you guys believed in me harder. All right, so let's get over it. Oh, okay. I've only lost 8 marbles. We're gonna try one more time. Grim Shadows believes. All right, let's go get the key. Let's roll back here. I'm gonna slow it down so we can do this. Get on here. When it starts moving, yes. Oh, Wooza, I believe you can fly. All right, so now that I have the key, when I touch this, it opens that up. So I have it there, and it opens. So just to prove it, I can't touch this here. I'm never gonna get this red key. It's way too hard, and I'm so far out of practice. But there's a red key over on that horrible platform up there. Okay, so let's look at how this code works. Let's take a look at the code here. I have that available on this link. There's a link to the full source code. And you can watch the videos. We developed this on stream. All right, so we go into our Crazy Marble assets, scripts, controller, level. All right, so I have a door checker, and then I also have a marble item. All right, so I have a door checker and I have a marble item. So in my game, in my source code here, sorry about the light mode. Everyone seems to hate that as well. But let me zoom in here. I have an enumerated type that says red key and green key. These are the items that can be in my inventory. And my inventory is just a list on my player. And I say when I touch this item, it gets added to my inventory. So my inventory is a list that contains, right now, there's only 2 types of items, a red key and a green key. Okay. When I go to open the door, that's this on trigger. So yours would be like open door. You would say if the inventory contains the key. So in this case, my door has a specific key requirement for it. So I'd specify that this door has the green key requirement on it. And then we would check if the inventory of the player trying to open this has that key. Then we call open, and open just happens to cause that animation that makes the door disappear. Grim Shadows, I hope that's somewhat helpful. It's a little bit complex compared to, like, say, a text-based adventure game, but the concepts are there. So you'd have a door, and the door would have an item on it, and this item would specify that it's a key. So this door says, I need this item to open it. And then you'd have an if statement in there that says, if the person opening it has that key, then you open the door. I hope that helps. Grim Shadow, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy to have you here. But I hope that helps. And you can go watch me implement that in the archive. So we streamed that before. There's a playlist. We worked on that for about 12 days. So about 30 hours, but you can find the video. Let's see here. If we go to the playlist, we go to the Crazy Marble game. In our playlist here, it's hard to see the names exactly, but let's see here. Adding enemies. Let's see. One of these is going to be adding doors, keys and doors. Day 10, adding keys and doors. This was the day that I added keys and doors. So if you wanted to go watch this specific video, it will walk you through how I do it. Not walk you through, but you'll be able to watch how I did it in that video. But yeah, Marble, adding keys and doors to my game. So hope you find it helpful, but thank you so much for the question. I always love getting questions. All right, so back to the action here that I cannot figure out. Grandma says, I do have a lock-picking system proto-farmer game for when I will implement the outlaw system. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Dremel, can you teach me the art of scope creep? Get my words right. Gotta get my words right. AK Navig, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that. I'm probably butchering that, but AK, welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. I do think it's time for the debugger, because nothing is making sense to me here. So specifically, I'm going to add my debug here. We're going to attach the debugger to Unity, and we're going to see if we can figure out what's going on here when this thing builds. Yeah, this is driving me crazy. Absolutely crazy. Tramox, I shall teach you the fine art of scope creep. The fine art. All right, so plus, this should be pretty straightforward to, so we should only have this happen twice, once for each one of these corners here. Let me give it a grid cell database. An Immortal Kid, I need a Mission Impossible sound alike here so I can do it without getting copyright struck. That's an awesome idea. The debugger mode have the Mission Impossible and and it didn't trigger at all. It did not trigger at all. What? That makes sense because it didn't delete anything. Nothing got deleted, so it makes sense that it didn't trigger. Tony says, but an 8-bit version of the stream. Okay, so of course it didn't happen because we didn't get here, which is fascinating. So I guess I actually need to do it here. I need to see, what am I colliding with? Where is, oh, man, something's wrong with my collider. Something must be wrong with the collider here. Let's see what happens though. All right, so we'll click add to scene. Is it not actually in the scene yet? Oh, that's interesting. Maybe it's not actually, the timing is awkward. This.bits game object active, true, active in hierarchy. Okay, so it is active in the hierarchy. I wish I could interact with this at the same time here. I knew what you meant, Tawny. I knew what you meant. So we have colliders. So colliders should be empty. No. Okay, so we have bit 0 and wall. All right, so it should detect itself. All right, so this should be a continue because it's itself. And this one should be a continue because it's null. And then we have no game objects to destroy, so we continue. And we'll run again. So now we're on bit 2. So there's actually 4 bits. So this one is the other side of the wall. Each wall has 2 bits, one on either end. So far we've added in 1 wall. I'm gonna click continue. This one should not interact with anything else. All right, but now we're on bit 0 of another wall. This one shouldn't necessarily. All right, so this one still doesn't have it, but let's do one more. This one, so they're not detecting. All right, so we want to find out which bits should we actually be detecting here. So this should be bit 0 and bit 1. So bit 0 and bit 1 should be colliding with each other. It has a mesh collider. It's detecting itself. I'm kind of think it's because it maybe isn't actually in the scene yet. So I have a different idea. This collider thing is not working. The collider thing is not working. They should have the same world position. So their positions are different, but they should have the same bit 0, all right, bit 1 and bit 0 should have the same world position or very, very close to the same world position. So what I might do, I hate this, is I might be able to make a lookup though that finds, I could create a dictionary that knows where all of these things are as we're building this thing up. All right, so yeah, I guess that's one way to do it. This collider is just not working. What if I make it bigger? Is it just too small? Is it just too small? That wouldn't make sense because they should occupy essentially the exact same space. But we're gonna try making it just a little bit bigger, see if that solves it. Give it my grid cell database again. Continue. It's still, the collider's still not finding the other bits. Yeah, so the collider's not working. I have to do something different. This is not reliable. It's not reliable to do it this way. So instead, I sort of need to say, is this space occupied? Is this XY position currently occupied by something else? If so, just destroy yourself. Destroy yourself. That said, we've been going for 90 minutes, just about. We're gonna go 5 more minutes, but I have a general idea. Exactly, Unity Coder. When I run this too, all right, so I'm gonna turn this off. When I do a run, I think it works. Yeah, so it's like it's not in the physics.sync transform before collider tests. That might work. When I do a run, it works. So that's really what's happening is in editor, this physics thing is not working. Can you call physics.sync transforms before collider test? That feels like it might be expensive. Physics.sync transforms. Apply transform changes to all physics engine. All right, let's try this. That feels like it's gonna be really. We're gonna try it. That feels like it's gonna be really expensive. But yeah, it's like it's not ready to detect those things. So they're just like not in the scene yet. That does not work anyway. It's because it's like in the, so we need to like wait for the next frame or something, is what's happening. So we're not gonna be able to use the physics collider in the engine as we create these things because they don't actually have like a mesh collider actually on them yet. And this is why it was like we were getting inconsistent results. Sometimes I'd run it and it would work, and then other times it wouldn't. Okay, so we're gonna create a manifest. All right, so we're gonna do the following. We have a private dictionary from essentially positions to, this could be a set actually. This would be a hash set. So we're gonna have a hash set of positions that exist, and if this position already exists, we're destroy ourselves. Tony says if only there was a function like update that ran before everything. Maybe, I mean, so there's probably a way to do it, but I think this will work just fine. I think this will work just fine to do it. The trick here is making sure this thing gets initialized properly. So it might need to be over here. End detector. We still want the end detector. We only want to run it on the ends. And we kind of want to have like a way to reset it at the beginning. But the idea here is I'm going to have this static. Maybe we could pass it in. Maybe we pass it in here. Ends. These are ends that already exist. All right, so we're going to do the following. We're going to get our wall end detectors. If it's null, all right, let's think about this. We're no longer doing a collider. We're no longer doing a collider. When we detect other ends, we don't need to destroy others. We don't need to sync the transforms. Instead, we just sort of need to say, we need to translate our position into a hash set. I don't want to use floats here because floats are like estimates and awkward. So I need to take my float and convert it into an XY position. And these are all sort of like 0.5 from each other or something. And so I think I can do the following. I think we're gonna get close. We're gonna get close here. I'm gonna say that transform dot position dot x times 100. All right, so this might seem stupid. Comma int transform dot position dot y times 100. So basically our resolution is 2 decimal points. 2 decimal points. And then we're gonna say int position is equal to this. All right, so we take our x and y. It's actually our x and z position. We don't care about the y. And we turn it into, this is gonna be our key to look up in our hash set. We're gonna say if ends dot contains position. So if we've already put something at this position, then we will destroy immediate this dot game object. So we don't need to do this, just this game object. So if we've already put something there, we destroy ourselves. Else, position dot, ends dot add position. Otherwise, we say, okay, well, we add this thing to ourselves. We can no longer do this at start. We no longer need any of this. Look, this looks much simpler. This looks much simpler than what we were doing before. Okay. And then basically at the start of this build, we say hash set of int ends. So we create one of these, and we just say every time we call ends, wall ends. We pass our wall ends here, like that. So I hope this will work. This is my new idea. Same thing, we still get our children like this. We loop through all of them and we say, you know, destroy yourself. If there's someone already there, destroy yourself. Everyone cross your fingers with me. I hope this is the solution. I heart coding. I love your name. 'Cause I heart coding too. Welcome to the stream. I heart coding. We are so pleased to have you here. So happy to have you here, I heart coding. If you're new to the stream, I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science and programming instructor teacher. Come on, please. Please. No! It didn't work. It did not work, and I don't know why. This is blowing my mind. But yeah, welcome to the stream. I'm a computer science teacher, computer science programmer. Tawny says, sorry, it was my fault. I didn't cross my fingers. That's okay, Tawny. We still love you. I heart coding. I'm a computer science teacher, computer programming teacher. I work at a school. I teach ages 10 to 14. I'm currently learning Unity. I'm in the process of trying to do a procedurally generated dungeon program. My main motivations is I want to participate in this game jam in April. So I'm building out a generator so that way I can make maps more easily. But welcome aboard. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Do not hesitate to ask anything. I don't promise I'll always be able to answer, but I'll do my best. So we've been working on this for about 5 days. We've been going for 90 minutes since our last break though, so I gotta take a break. We're gonna get some more tea. All right, so I had coffee. I've gone from coffee to tea, reducing that to a black tea, no longer tea. Now we're gonna go to a green tea, even a little bit less caffeine as I wake up. But I gotta take a break here. I will be back. I heart coding. I know exactly how you feel. I started streaming to record my videos, and it's been so fun chatting with people. It really has been very helpful in filling this social gap I have had in my life. So I absolutely understand what you're doing. Welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. And give me 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. I will be back. I got to get a little refill here. I'm hoping when I step away from this, it is going to help me realize why I cannot, what's going on with this and why it's not working. Because I really don't understand it yet, but I shall return. So hang tight, my friends. Hang tight. The captain shall return. Gonna get some coffee. I'm not getting coffee. I'm gonna get some green tea. All right, everybody, the captain's back. Never fear, for I am here. Tawny says, someone called Not Tawny Does Stuff is at number 11. Yeah, this guy, Not Tawny Does Stuff, showed up. I know you've been busy. I know you've been busy with your school, studying for your exams and stuff, but that guy's been here grinding away those points, my friend. Yeah, I actually thought it was just like an alt account for you. But yeah, Not Tawny Does Stuff has been grinding away on our leaderboard. Real CW Gaming, welcome back. Welcome back. We're so close. We're so close. I gotta do we gotta do some quick, some stuff to get our blood flowing real quick. But yeah, we got a leaderboard here. And Not Tawny Does Stuff is just right above you, Tawny. I guess Tawny was not doing enough stuff. People are already impersonating you, Tawny. People already with the impersonations. All right, everybody, we just got back from a break. You know what that means. Everybody up. Everybody up. We got to get that blood flowing. If you're like me, you have a semi-sedentary job, you're sitting in front of a computer, you're sitting in front of a screen all day, and you're wearing your body down and you don't even know it. You're wearing your body down and you don't even know it. All right, Royal CW Anderson, how do I use my points real quick? There happens to be a store you can spend your points in. There's not a whole lot there. Just you know, you get some of Captain Coder's leftovers. I'll show people a little bit more about that in a second. But everybody up, we're gonna get some going here. I often do stretches, but if you're like me, you're a programming troll. You're hunched over in front of a computer all day. You getting those RSIs, repeated stress injuries from not moving enough. So everybody up. We gotta get a little bit physical in here. We've done 2 stretching sessions. Let's do a little bit of blood flow. Get the blood flow. Some minor cardio, just a little bit of cardio. You can do as much or as little as you can do. But I want everyone to get up and move around a bit. We're gonna do some jumping jacks. I'm gonna do 10 jumping jacks. I hope you'll join me in doing 10 jumping jacks. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, get that blood flowing. I hope that feels good for you. Just to get yourself starting to play. Let's just, if your jumping jacks are a little slower than mine, or you only did 5, that's okay. Maybe you're way better than me. Maybe you did 20 jumping jacks. I love it. I love you. You should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And that means you got to get that blood flowing. So we're gonna just jog in place here for a moment. All right, let's just jog in place here for a moment. Let's do some punches. Yeah, Rocky style. We're just gonna jog in place here for about 15, 25 seconds. Get that blood flowing. Yeah. Get it good. Here we go. 5 more seconds. Ooh. Oh yeah. Get that blood going, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me in that motion. It's so good for you. And regardless of this is slowly going to devolve into streaming from a gym. Captain Coder versus the gym, yeah. Captain Coder, yeah. I don't know if that's going to happen. In World Kid, but maybe. Start doing some. I'll bring my total gym in. I have a total gym. Bring my total gym in here. We can, and Captain Coder is going to pump you up. All right, everybody, for joining me in that stretch. I very much appreciate it. 50 points to all of you for joining me in that stretch. Absolutely beautiful. Need a headband. Yeah, I need to get the Captain Coder. Get a Captain Coder headband. Yeah, so that's beautiful. Get a headband that has the Captain Coder on it. Put that in my stream store. Get a Captain Coder headband. Royal CW Gaming had asked though, how do I use my points? Oh, wrong button. How do I use my points? Royal CW had asked. There happens to be a Stream Elements store. There's not a ton there. And everything's overpriced. But these are some games I have left over from Humble Bundles. You can get. They're maybe a little bit pricey. If you manage to save up enough, 18,000, get the C# and .NET Ultimate Bundle. There's there's a Learn Unity thing here. But for 750 points, I will get OpenAI to generate a story, and I'll read it to you in my best narrator voice. And the other one that is not a game giveaway is I have, you may have noticed behind me is a relatively vast collection of board games. It's not all my board games, but there's a lot of them. I'd be happy to show you, talk to you about any of the board games on my shelf. If you save up some points and do it. Woosaw says, very nice avatar, by the way. Thank you so much. I wish I could take credit for having made it, but I did many years ago. I think like 6 or 7 years ago, I commissioned someone to make me this, make me that avatar. It's really, really good. Or this, I don't know if you, I think you mean this for the avatar. Yeah, about 6 or 7 years ago, I commissioned someone to make this for me. Came out fabulously well. I love it. Yeah, and Immortal Kid says the dog option's good. I used to have a dog option. My dog did not like it. My dog was not happy about that. Yeah, I have another little avatar there. I'll have to double check which avatar I'm using for my page. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. This is blowing my mind here. All right, we're gonna do console.log position. I wanna see, debug. Ha! Console.log. Doing, when you JavaScript too much, this happens. When you JavaScript too much, this happens. Debug.log is what I wanted here. Here we go. Stream's going long today. I really, really want to finish this. I'm so close. I can taste it. Can you taste it? I taste it. It tastes. I don't want it to taste like defeat. I want it to taste like victory. And victory is nigh. Victory is nigh, my friends. Join me in the victory here. All right, please join me in the victory. Bro, CW Games, will you be on tomorrow? Yes, I will be on tomorrow. Stream almost every day. I try to stream every day. Any day I'm working. 7 a.m. Eastern time, 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. local time. I say Eastern time because, there's no time change here. All right, so. Okay, so we are having, the positions are crazy. This is crazy to me. All right, so here's what we're gonna do instead. Whoa. This is crazy to me. Maybe this is crazy to me. That doesn't make sense to me. What are these in world space? All right, so copy world space. Let's open up a new file here. File, new text file. Save as garbage.json. Wallace, welcome to the stream, my friend. We're so happy to have you here today, this beautiful Saturday. How are you, Wallace? The captain would like to know, how are you? All right, so our world space is 399. Oh, am I getting Y? I need to get Z. I am getting Z. X and Z. All right, negative 399. Where's this 200 coming from? Royal CW Gaming, 299 followers. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. 299 followers. Wallace, you are so close to being the 300 follower, my friend. So close. Just an off by one. Why? I don't understand where this 200 is coming from. It's almost like transform.world. Shouldn't position be the world position? Is there a way? All right. Oh, My brain is hurting. This makes no sense to me at all. Let me look at these two. The two that are overlapping here. Come on, camera. The AI camera, follow me. Follow me. I know you need to. All right, so the world position on bit 0 and bit 1 should be identical. Copy the world position. Wallace says unlucky. Unlucky. That's okay, Wallace. That's okay, Wallace. You're close. Close enough. Close enough. Musa, every time you say I don't understand, it reminds me of Jern's meme. You don't understand. Yeah, Irish Johns, you don't understand. I don't understand. My friends, I do not understand why. Please help me. So these should have the same positions in world space. You could share it here. Do you have a link to it, Wusa? Wusa, here we go. I learned this. Hang on real quick, Wusa. It's gonna my bot's gonna get you. But I've just granted you immunity for a moment here. So yeah, feel free to post a link, and we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it. Ronders has the Irish John creeping in there. I love it. I love it. Why are we not getting those? 1 second. 1 second. My guess is, again, because they're not rendered in world space just yet. I'm guessing that their positions haven't actually been set yet because it's the same reason the collider wasn't working. It's the same reason the collider wasn't working.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
Hang on. You don't understand. I love it. OBS, why do you do this to me? You make it so that I can never, for some reason, OBS like never lets me play videos on this screen. It drives me nuts. If OBS were off, this would work. And I don't understand. I don't understand why. You don't understand. Bummer. Wusa, thank you so much. I hope people check that out and find it as hilarious as it is. Okay. My guess is that the transform is actually not set just yet. So if I were to go look, I bet if I were to look in the prefab, it's there. Grid builder, we instantiate the wall, puts it in the container. Okay, we're so close. We are so close. I can almost taste the victory here. So I do understand what the problem is. I do understand what the problem is, and I hate it. Man, it might have actually been easier to just go with my previous solution. At this point, I'm very much regretting. All right, everybody. So for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, I thought this was going to be an easier version. All right, so at the beginning of the stream, I was considering doing the following. I said, well, these are the different ways that the walls could intersect with each other. So I'm going to just create a prefab for all these different ways they could interact with each other, the way they can attach. And then we'll just detect which one, I was going to use a bit mask to detect which one it is. And just put that in there instead of putting a single wall in. And instead I said, oh, you know what we'll do? Instead, what we can do is we can do the following. We just have the wall have a segment like this, and it has two ends on either side. And then we detect if the wall segments are overlapping. And it turns out this is very hard to do. It turns out this is not very hard, but I'm too simple to figure it out. I'm simple. I'm a simpleton. I've got a ton of simple, and detecting that is becoming much more difficult to do than I anticipated. And that is, it's horribly frustrating. Yeah, it's crazy that I cannot quite find this little bit here. I think my logic is sound. I think my logic is actually sound. It's just that these two things, it's the same reason the collision detector wasn't working, is it doesn't happen to be in that space just yet. All right, everybody, we've been going for almost 5 hours. We've been going for almost 5 hours. I think I might need a mental, like a full-blown mental break here. Yeah, so what are you doing instead now? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. I would like to figure out how to detect these. So I would like an easy way to detect that these are overlapping with each other. I think what's happening is we're somehow getting, this is, the values we're getting back here, I think are happen to be in our prefab space or something relative to 0, 0. So they haven't been positioned on the screen just yet. When we instantiate the wall. Oh, I'm so, no. This is why I figured it out. Oh my goodness. This is a PEBCAC issue. This is a PEBCAC issue. I figured it out. Clayman Dev's taking a break at the moment. How's it going, Cam? It's going beautifully well. Attention all lurkers. Attention all lurkers. We have a very special guest in our chat at this moment. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program in a moment, but for a moment here, I'd like to introduce all of you, for those of you who don't know, to Clayman Dev. Clayman Dev is a real game developer. Unlike myself, I'm just a wannabe game developer. I'm a wannabe game developer. I'm learning to code. I won't even consider myself a game developer. I'm a programmer. But Clayman is our very special guest. If you direct your attention to the chat at this moment, there's this heart button. If it's not a full heart, if it's not a green heart, click it. Don't break Clayman's heart. Don't click it if it's gonna break Clayman's heart. Don't break Clayman's heart. Click it there though. And then one more thing. You gotta go check out Epic Hero Game. One more link for you to click on. Epic Hero Game here. Come here. Scroll down. Add it to your wish list. You gotta, because this game's gonna be epic. This game, look, we got the Kamehamehas, we got some spirit bombs, we got crazy, epic, fancy physics. Look at that. Don't you want to shoot balls out of your hands? Don't you want to shoot those glowing balls all over the place? Just shoot those balls everywhere. Hit them. Destroy those goons. You gotta do it. Yes, you gotta do it. If you don't know Clayman, now you do. It's gonna be awesome. I'm super excited for it. Go check out his stream. Go check it out. Monday through Friday. Streams every day, Monday through Friday. So you want to know why I'm dumb? You want to know how I'm dumb? PEBCAC. PEBCAC means the problem exists between the keyboard and chair. So I'm the problem. I am the problem. The problem exists. I don't have a chair here, so I'm exempt. But normally PEBCAC problem exists between keyboard and chair. This is based on the position. All right, so I'm going, why aren't the positions matching? What's going on here? I don't set the position until down here. I'm trying to destroy these things before I set my positions. Oh. I've been working on this bug for like 2 hours. Just like losing my mind. I didn't position these things yet. Oh my goodness. I just gotta move it down here. Remember I was like, I should really refactor this code because it's getting long. For me, it's getting too long and too complex for me to eyeball it. And so I should have refactored this when I said that. I was like, I should really refactor this, but I'm gonna finish it first and then I'll refactor it. I've lost my marbles. Has anybody seen my marbles? My marbles, has anybody seen them? I need the marbles, they're gone. But yes. Well, before I celebrate, I believe this is the bug. Let's check it out. If this works, I'm gonna be so happy. I'm gonna be so happy here. My goodness. I'll be so happy that I'm, like I said, I never, hang on. Okay, I need to get my grid cell database in here. Just saying. Oh, look at that. They matched, and we only have one. We only have one connector here. We only have one connector here. One connector. We've got one connector. Yeah. We done did it, I think. Let's test on a bigger case here. Let's remove this debug. Oh. Royalty Dub says, you are the champion. You are the champion, my friend. And we'll keep on debugging till the end. That was a terrible rendition of that, by the way. I started too high, I think. I wasn't gonna be able to sing up there. But we is the champions. We got rid of the clipping. Nope, we did not get rid of the clipping. We did not get rid of the clipping. Why? We got rid of it in that corner. What about this corner? It works sometimes. How many do we have here? All right, so we've made some progress, but not enough progress. Why? Wall tile and detector. I wonder if I switch this back to the collision detection, if it would work. Sometimes it's good enough for now. I think so. We're at 5 hours. Did we actually, what were my goals today? Detect combinations in Builder. I'm gonna say we got this. All right, we got this. We detect. I'm gonna cross out half of this. We got half of this done. We didn't finish it, but we got half of it done. Oh man, what a fun stream! All right, everybody, what a fun stream. We're gonna go find someone to raid real quick. But yeah, the captain's having a little bit. I need to eat something. It's 10 o'clock here. I've been going for about 5 hours. I haven't had breakfast. Ooh, I know who we're gonna raid. A friend of mine. All right, so Hesh Valentine. All right, everybody. It's going well, Shidey. Let's recap what we got. Warrior classes, no matter how good you are or how bad you are, if you want to do something, you go the extra mile and you're the first one in the door and the last one to leave, then no matter what, even if you don't become the best, you'll know that you gave your best. And even if it doesn't work out, you know that you did everything you possibly could, but usually it does work out because you work so hard. What an inspirational quote there. Warrior Classic, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. I love it. That warms my heart. All right, real quick, everybody. If you would like to keep in touch with me while I'm off stream, you can do so on my Discord channel. All right, join the Discord if you'd like to. No pressure to join the Discord, but it's a fun little community. You can ask questions. You can post your stuff. I like to take people's stuff that they post in here and play it on stream when possible, when I remember to do. But I love that inspiration quote. Thank you so much. Proton, thank you so much for the raid. You caught me right at the end. For anyone who doesn't know, does my hang on. Is it Proton? Do I have to do the whole name? Proton, Fig? Do I have to do the whole thing? I thought I had it. It's just Proton. Wait, my macro's dead. No. Anyone who doesn't know, Proton is an epic Epic. Epic. Click follow there. Epic. Legendary. Commodore 64 hacker. Love, love, love. Listen, and the music on his stream is just, you know, I go for the music. I went for the C64, but I stayed for the jams. It's such good stuff. You gotta go check it out. All right. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're gonna actually raid a friend of mine. So there's a person we're gonna raid. They do retro gaming. So Hesh Ballantyne. Hesh Ballantyne is a computer science teacher. Actually, he teaches high school computer science. We met teaching actually. He teaches high school computer. He actually streams retro games. He streams playing retro games. But such a lovely guy. Such a lovely guy. Great friend. So we're gonna go raid Hesh Ballantyne today. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. It's a fun place to be. But I'm gonna go take a break. I'm exhausted. But everyone, thank you so much for being here today. Have yourself, as always. We should Shady Game says we could raid Shadow Legends. We could raid Shadow Legends. Ooh, that's a good username. But everyone, as always, keep coding, keep growing. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time. Be sure to hit that follow button if you want a notification when I'm coming back. But as always, keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. And as always, you are welcome back anytime, everybody. Have a wonderful day. We'll see you next time.